Hi guys, today I'm going to talk about Axion Network. This is a project I've been invested in for more than a year now. I got started back in November 2020, which is right after mainnet launched. But the project actually started and had a pre-sale that started at the end of May 2020. Okay, so I have the main information site in front of me. The website address is Axion.Network, and today is February 15th, 2022. So this site you see in front of you right now is a updated website. It has a new dark mode look, which I love. And now we're gonna take a look at what we can see on this information site for you guys. So you can see at the top you have the home link, which if you hover over it, you got a link to the roadmap and the white paper. Then you got a how to buy section, the accelerator, which is a feature that Axion came out with last September 2021. The Collider is another feature that people love to try to win extra Axion. That came out a couple of months after the accelerator. And then you got the news section. This is a great way if you don't want to be monitoring Axion every single day or even weekly. You could come over here and get general or major updates to Axion. And you can sort it by blogs or updates, the voting section, and partnerships. Then you got the launchpad section. Axion has its own launchpad, which is very cheap compared to many other launchpads in the crypto space. Then you got the Axion Portal, which takes you to the official staking site where you could stake your Axion and earn interest on it and wrapped Bitcoin dividends. And then you got the support website here, which is also the knowledge base website where you can look for answers and also get 24/7 support, like clicking on the help button. And you could also, there's another help button on this support website too. Maybe I'll come to these other pages later on, but I want to scroll through this first homepage for this site. So it says right here, welcome to the world's best staking ecosystem. High APR, daily Bitcoin dividends, exclusive airdrops / pre-sales, and much more. There's a get started button, which looks like it goes to the calculator. Maybe I'll come back to all these links later on, but first I want to go through here. So next it says highly secure, extensively audited smart contract running on the Polygon Network. And then you can click on the link to check out the codes to those audited contracts. The next one is full control, cutting edge staking platform, providing you full control over your investment. And this is another link that takes you to the official staking site where you could do staking, and the launchpad is on there, the Collider, a whole bunch of stuff is on that website. The one we're looking at right now is the information website. And the next section, 24/7 support, one-of-a-kind community-driven support network, available 24/7. And you got a link to that for the support website, which is the same link over here on the upper right. Go scroll down. Discover how much you could earn by staking Axion or AXN token. You can earn 8% APR interest in addition to liquid Bitcoin dividends, yielding a potential 47% return. This calculator is for information and reference purposes only. The rates presented are not guaranteed and can change at any time. Use of this calculator is not to be considered financial advice. And it's got the asterisk symbol there, so you gotta follow the asterisk later on. The price of the Axion token will fluctuate, changing the value of your stake. If Axion does 100x, your staked Axion plus interest will be worth 100x more at maturity, plus Bitcoin dividends. Liquid Bitcoin dividends can be withdrawn at any time. Staking earlier pays more than staking later, thanks to the ever-increasing global share rate. So you got this button here, it says get a quote, and that looks like it goes to the Accelerator calculator page. Then a how to buy button, which is the same one as on top here. And this is the staking calculator, like it says here. You could play around with this with a slider and see the potential money you can make. So I'm a smaller investor. This is too much money for me, but some of you guys could spend a lot more. This calculator goes all the way up to 50,000. Yeah, which is reasonable. This is a small, or even a small cap or micro cap or nano cap, more likely. Which is how you label Axion Network right now, according to their market cap. I think it's under 30 million in value right now. And Axion Network is located on the Polygon blockchain, so you get super cheap gas fees. You don't have to worry about using Ethereum anymore, because that's where we were until October 2021. So we were on Ethereum for more than a year, and we were getting killed with gas fees. So it's really awesome that we're on Polygon right now, because the gas fees are at the moment just pennies, maybe the maximum if there's high traffic, maybe $2 at most. So Ethereum was costing like easily $100 or $200 just to do similar transactions. All right, going back to the calculator, so 50,000 is the maximum you could play around with or use for this calculator, and then small is $100, which is more in my price range. So you could slide it. I'm gonna keep it around 1,000. Staking duration, that the maximum you could stake is 5,555 days, which is about 15.2 years. And the shortest as of now and foreseeable is it's actually 1 day. If you go through regular staking, if you just buy it off the marketplace, and the only marketplace you could buy Axion token is from SushiSwap on Polygon. So if you buy through SushiSwap, you could do a minimum stake length for just 1 day, and the maximum is 5,555 days. And if you go through this accelerator, like the button on top, the minimum for that currently is 120 days, and maximum is also 5,555 days. You see these pop up. It says the longer your stake, the more shares you receive upon deposit. The more shares you have, the more you can earn each day. 2,580 days is the average staking duration. Over 48% of all Axion is staked for the maximum duration of 15.2 years, which I'll go over it later because it's further down on this page, but Axion has some of the best stats in all of crypto for our staking stats. So I'm going to set this duration. Let's make it closer to 1,800. That's about 5 years. And you get a future price here. That's actually around the current price right now, and a lot of this information on this website gets updated live. I think every 20 minutes or maybe even more often or less often, but it gets updated live, so all these numbers were changed accordingly depending on when you actually visit the website. So this will look different by the time you see this video, or anybody in the future will see the video. So 1,853 days or 1,853 days, that's approximately, I think, 5 years. If you multiply 5 times 365, maybe even more than that. So if you invested $1,223 today, and the future price is going to be basically the same price today, which is quad 4 zeros plus 4, quad 0, 4, it would be 1,892 at the end of the stake maturity, and the wrapped Bitcoin dividends would be $148 per year. And now this number is also based on best case scenario. In order to get wrapped Bitcoin dividends, you would have to rely on people to go through the accelerator and buy and stake through that. And when people do that, that gives these wrapped Bitcoin dividends back to everybody else who's staking. And this number represents that the daily Axion that's offered through the accelerator, there's about 375 million Axion offered for sale daily. That's if people go through the accelerator, there's a extra bonus or discount if you go through that, which is about 1% to 15% extra if you stake from 1 year to 15 years. So the longer you stake, the better your bonus or discount. And if all 375 million gets bought up, then those discounts get removed, but people could still go in the accelerator and continue buying. Because there's a special NFT called the Diamond Stake NFT that gives you a 5% bonus if you hold that NFT. You could get that off of OpenSea from somebody else willing to sell it. So that 5%, is tacked on for even if you stay for the minimum 120 days. Because right now, between 120 days and 1 year, you don't get any type of bonus going through the accelerator, but you do get a particle NFT that you could put through the Collider. You got the particle NFT if you go through the accelerator for free, and you can put through the Collider and try to win bonus Axion. So that's the benefits of going through the accelerator. And yeah, my original point was the accelerator basically has to sell out that 375 million daily in order to get this type of number. So if it doesn't sell out, then you're not going to get whatever it's indicating over here. And that's where these asterisks will show you at the bottom of the page, that it'll tell you that it's based on 100% sellout daily. So currently, for the past few months, the accelerator is doing, not selling 100%, but it's doing fairly well. Whatever comes through the accelerator, the dividends that stakers get from wrapped Bitcoin dividends is considered a bonus, and that's on top of the 8% interest over here. So this is just this is marketed as just a bonus. It's not guaranteed. So like I was trying to say, it's heavily based on people actually using accelerator and buying through there and staking on a daily basis. So if there's not much activity going through there, then you're going to get less Bitcoin dividends. So right around now, it's about averaging about 10 to 30%, depending on the day. selling out of the 375 million. So you could rough calculate 10 to 30% of this. So I'm going to say, let's say $20 to $40 of this per year. If the staking behavior through the accelerator holds up for your staking term. So this is a 5-year staking term. And you can see if I go, let's make it 3,670. So if you multiply 365 times 10, that comes out to 3,650. So this is slightly above that. So 10 times 365 is 10 years. So this is roughly 10 years staking length. And you see how the number changed. The mature value increased, of course, but you can see you're getting more Bitcoin dividends per year because the longer you stake, you get more shares in the system, and the shares determine how much interest you're going to get for that stake. So the longer you stake, you get more shares, and you get better dividend earnings power, or interest, also interest. Okay, and you can play around with the future price as well. I don't know if I went over this. So the information pop-up says, see how much your stake could be worth at a higher token price. Click to reset today's price. Okay. Okay, so I did reset that. So I'm going to drop this back down to half, 1,860 or so. That should be good enough. And then change it. Let's see what the future price could be at 0004. So this is a 10x from the current price because we were at quadruple 04 and now we're triple 04. So the original deposit or investment amount was 1,223 still. I didn't change that number. And 10x would be roughly that, 19,000. That's including interest, I believe, because it says value of maturity, so that includes Axion interest right here. And the rep Bitcoin dividends is about 1,489, and like I said, it's based on the people entering the accelerator, so you're highly dependent on future investment, and it's not guaranteed. The 8% APR interest is guaranteed. I'm going to play around with this calculator even more, and I apologize for taking a long time for this video, but you guys could just fast forward, skip around. I often like to play with the YouTube playback speed. So if you go to the gear button on the bottom right of the video, you just select that and then change around the playback speed to like 1.5, 1.5x, 2x, or even slower if I go too fast for you, like 0.75x. And there's a custom option too, so you don't have to watch this whole video. You could just skip around like I do for anything I watch myself. Alright, so this is a 10x price for the current price right now. I'm going to go to, let's see, I'll decide where to stop. How far does this calculator go? Let's go to the maximum. So the maximum is 1/10 of a penny. And you can see, since we're such a low nano cap coin at, I think, 30 million valued for market cap, because I saw that in a recent advertisement on Twitter. So if I go according to the advertisement, if you invest $1,200, it could be worth $47,000 in 5 years, including the interest. If the price actually goes up to that amount. And this is crypto. There's so much competition out there. But you guys, anybody invested in Axion Network. In particular, you can get involved in the project, try to, make it successful yourself by contributing to the project and helping out. You could come to the Axion Discord. So this is the Axion Discord. And you got the core contributing team right here. You got the devs, moderators, and the different investors over here. So they got their own clubs. The Whales Club, which is anybody who holds over 1 billion Axion tokens. Sharks Club is over 500 million Axion. Dolphins Club is over 100 million. And those are the top 3 clubs. And then you got OG 555 is people who invested at least 2.5 million for the maximum number of days at the time of launch. So I didn't do that because I was just a beginning investor, and it was too expensive for me to do that at the time. 2.5 million tokens was a lot of money back then for me. So, but they have a lot of people in this club that got that. So I'm gonna go back to the information site and click on this button to reset it. So back to the original, today's price. Let me see what happens if I click this. That didn't do anything. Okay. Alright, that's a rundown for that section. Next one is earn potential bonus stakes. Each and every investment via the accelerator comes with a 1 in 25 chance of winning up to an additional 10x. As well as purchasing Axion at a discount via the accelerator, you will also receive Particles NFT containing between 1x and 10x your initial investment as a bonus. You can click on this button and you see it if you look in the lower left, it pops up saying you'll go to the Collider page, and the next button, launch a Collider, will go to the official Collider page, where if you have a particle NFT, you could put that in the Collider and try your luck. It's only a 1 in 25 chance, but it's still fun. But disheartening too at the same time, so good luck. This is how it looks like if you click that button and connect your wallet. So that you can see right here with the different pop-ups, Collider attempts since November 17th, so I guess that's when the Collider came out. That's about 3 or 4 months ago, I guess. So it has 4,337 attempts. As of now, 171 out of 4,166. I don't know if that's it says live statistics, 1 in 25 chance of winning. Yeah, so that's the number of attempts, and 4.1% won going into the Collider, which is what you would what the 1 in 25 chance would be. So 1 in 25 chance is 4%, so this is right at that predicted rate. And the amount won is 378 million Axion, which is worth, I think, currently $15,133. Yeah, that's what it says for the pop-up at the current price. Okay, I forgot to cover one section over here. So this asterisk for the Axion staking calculator, and this double asterisk where it shows right here, I'm going to just show you what it says, and that's at the bottom of the page. You got to click on disclaimer to see that. Okay. Axion is not a bank, depository, institution, custodian, or fiduciary, and all Axion tokens are not insured by any private or governmental insurance plan, including FDIC or SIPC, nor are they covered by any compensation scheme, including FSCS. Holding, trading, or using crypto assets carries significant risks. Please carefully read our disclaimer page. Axion does not provide any financial, legal, or tax advice, nor should this website be viewed as an offer or inducement to make any financial decisions. You alone are responsible for any decisions you make. So I see the 2 asterisks here, so this applies to the calculator above. The dividend calculator is just an estimate based on the current pool size. It is impossible to accurately predict the amount of dividends you will receive over the term of your stake, as it is based on many variables. We cannot hold any responsibility for miscalculations and reserve the right to update the formula used to produce these estimates at any time. Wrapped Bitcoin dividends are based on the accelerator selling 100% of the bonus each day and are therefore not guaranteed. Okay. So yeah, it says right here in this section, the wrapped Bitcoin dividends are based on the accelerator selling 100% of the bonus each day. So current buying and staking behavior through the accelerator is not 100% daily. It's more like 10 to 30%, which is not bad at all. This is considered a bonus, and this is where the real benefits to Axion are, is the Axion interest itself. So this is just on top of that. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this section, and I already went through that and showed you these pop-ups. So you could get a particle NFT through the accelerator, which you could use in this collider. You just slide the particle NFT into here, and then confirm the transactions through your MetaMask wallet, and then engage it, and it'll go through all this animation. In the end, you most likely lose because you only have a 1 in 25 chance, but a lot of people still seem to like this feature, and it brings people in because it's entertainment as well. Okay, the next section, take a look at the numbers. A huge amount of Axion has already been staked and locked up for 5,555 days, or cuatro cinco days in Spanish, 15.2 years. So all these stats are live updated. So these are the current stats of today, February 15th, 2022. So 75.75% of the total supply is staked, which is a very good number for a staking token. And this is the one that stands out because I don't know any staking token, especially for something in crypto, that has this stat. So 49% is staked for 15 plus years. And the current total supply, because there's no cap on the supply, it just keeps on inflating at 8% per year. Right now, 49% of that total supply is actually 164 billion. So let's just double that. 164, that's roughly 330 billion in total supply right now. Actually, it says right here, I didn't have to calculate it. Okay, so you get an idea, 49% of people staking in Axion, that's the average. No, actually, that's not the average, that's the total amount staked for 15 plus years, which is incredible and pretty crazy to me, but I'm one of the crazy people who actually did that because the longer you stake, you get better dividends and better interest. So that's one reason I did it. And if the project is going to be successful for, let's say, 1 year, 2 years, even 5 years, like if you're willing to create a stake for that long, you might as well create a stake for 15 plus years, because if it could get through 1 to 5 years, or let's just say you want to just create 5 years, like if you go that far in crypto, you might as well go 15 years. Then the next section, 24.25% is in circulating supply, so that's liquid. And the total supply here is 334 billion, which I was pretty close to in my calculation. And the circulating supply as of now is 81 billion. So anything unstaked is not collecting interest So uh, since it's not staked and collecting interest, it basically surrenders or provides more interest to anybody who's actually remaining at staking. So if you're not staked in this token or basically any staking token, then you're losing out on actual extra tokens and money as well. That's the purpose of a staking token, to stake it, not really keep it liquid like that. And you could just stake for one day or a few days if you want. If you just wanted to keep it liquid and hoping for the price to jump. The next section, 180.35 Bitcoin have been paid to stakers. Okay, so this is something that has changed. We used to give out a lot of Bitcoin to stakers when Bitcoin first came out into the Axion ecosystem. I believe it came out around the beginning of March 2021, so it's not even a year yet since that happened. And if you, we didn't have something, well, we have the accelerator right now, but back then we had something called the auctions, which the accelerator ended up replacing. So the accelerator makes it more simpler to do everything and more efficient, and you could buy and stake in one transaction, where the auctions you had to do at least 2 different transactions. You had to bid and then you had to stake after the auction was over. So but anyway, under the previous tokenomics, before the accelerator came out, people who were staked were getting dividends from the auctions, and they were getting better Bitcoin dividends at that time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were getting 80% buyback in Bitcoin, and that's how we got a lot, this large number, and much of it was from that era. So we have new updated tokenomics changes because it was felt by the core team that the token was inflating too much and harming the price. So they wanted to cut back on inflation, and they made drastic cutbacks to a lot of stuff to do that, to bring back inflation down and make it more sustainable long term. So even though you see there's 180 Bitcoin paid out to stakers, the latest results since I would say August, because it was slightly before the accelerator came out, which is the beginning of September 2021. The changes actually took effect maybe a couple of weeks before that, the tokenomics changes. And so anybody who's coming into the system now or creating new stakes, current or new investors or future investors, as long as the current tokenomics holds, changes hold, then they're going to get much less Bitcoin, because only 55% is allocated as a buyback right now, and that keeps on changing, and it might change to 70% in order to make the Axion token itself healthy. I just wanted to say that for this video. And then the next section, 17,000 is the number of active wallets. I think this number could be taken or seen on Polygonscan.com or one of the other websites that are associated with the Axion Network. There's a couple of fan or community websites for this, that you can see these type of numbers on there too. Okay, next section, your investment totally secure. Axion is bringing integrity to decentralized finance with their highly secure and fully audited smart contracts. So your investment future is as secure as in Axion itself. So we have audits on the code from Certic and Hacken. That was done before I got into Axion. Like I said, I got in November 2020, and these were done before then. And I think probably around August, September, maybe these were done in 2020. Then Solidity Finance, I think they helped, or they did the audit for the Bitcoin updates to the contract. So that was around March 2021, around that time frame. And then Halborn did the latest audit. So the developers on Axion Network actually got changed around. So there was a hack that exploited the liquidity pool and got drained by a third party contractor on launch, and the launch got delayed. So there was a new set of developers that came on to take over the project and the contracts, and they came on right at that time after that hack happened. So they've been improving the code because there's the code wasn't that well written, or there was mistakes and inefficiencies in it. So even though they got audited and cleared by Hacken and Certic, the hack still happened because the third-party developer actually went beyond that, so and exploited the code or injected something to drain the liquidity. But going to the current developers, so we have the current developing team or developers came out of the hack from the community and have been working on Axion since. And through them, they put the Bitcoin code, they switched from the original contract into a version 2 contract around December 2020, which is 1.5 months later from mainnet launch, or 1 month, or not even 1 month, or not even 1.5 months, more like 1 month. And they switched over a version 2 contract because they themselves found an exploit in the contract and had to issue a version 2 contract because of that. The first contract wasn't even there, so they're just fixing mistakes from previous development work from other teams. And they continue working on the contracts and made efficiencies along the way over the past 1.5 years. So, by the time around Bitcoin came into the ecosystem, March 2021, they were updating the contracts and making it more efficient, so it could be cheaper for us to use it on the Ethereum chain because we were on Ethereum and the gas fees are super high. But even despite the improvements, the gas fees were still expensive, and just kept on going up with the token price of Ethereum going from like $600 at the time of Axion mainnet launch on November 2020 to $4,000 at its peak in May 2021, and recently, sometime in the past 3 or 4 months, also, where it came back to its peak again. But anyway, the current developers made a version 3 contracts, which they were trying to make it even more efficient, and I think they started from scratch. I don't know how to do dev work or read it at all, but they made it more efficient, or tried to make it more efficient by cutting the gas fees by 87.5%. But in the end, it didn't seem to help, or the contracts didn't become that efficient, but they were still able to be productive with it by making ad stakes cheaper. So Axion Network And the Axion token, if you stake it for very long, the longer you stake in other tokens, the more the gas fees you have to pay, because each extra day seems to add more gas costs. But Axiom the current dev team seems to have eliminated that by something called a looping feature, or I think eliminating looping feature. So that's one of the main takeaways from the current contract is even if the gas prices were to go high, to end a stake through the Axion Network page, it's not going to cost as much as other tokens like Hex or Wise token, which are we're basically coming off of Hex and trying to be a better version of Hex, but we've diverged from that game plan. But still, we originally came off of Hex's success back. Hex blew up and made a major pump around May 2020, and subsequently, that's how Axion came about, and some other tokens that I wanted to write off of Hex's success. Wise came out. Their pre-launch in November and December 2020, and they launched a mainnet end of 2020 into the beginning of 2021. So they're similar coins with staking shares, longer pays better, a share rate system in that aspect. Okay, so all these audits are just for the code. I don't think there's no financial audit or economics audit or anything like that. There might have been one or two before mainnet launch. And you're gonna have to. I don't think I actually ever looked through it, and maybe it's not even available for the public. It's just private. But anyway, for the past year and a half since I got in, I haven't seen a financial or economics audit for Axion. These are just code audits, which, especially this one, Halborn and Solidity Finance from the current dev team, passed with flying colors. You got the link over there to learn more about it, which looks like it goes to the support site. Okay, and the next section, access exclusive token launches and airdrops. Axion Launch is a state-of-the-art launchpad on the Polygon, Ethereum, and Binance smart chains. And this one I just saw in the news recently. They're gonna rebrand it to BNB chain because they use a BNB token. Moving on, it gives access to exclusive pre-sales, IDOs, IEOs, and airdrops just for the community. So IDOs are initial Discord offerings, and I think IEO stands for initial exchange offerings. And you got a button here that goes to Axion Launch, like you can see on the bottom left of the video. Then this button, access airdrops. It looks like it goes to the same button, same link. And you can see the previous launch partners over here. So this is still active right now for Legion Network. So you got a $200,000 application for anybody who qualifies for that. And you need 5 million staked at least, 5 million stake in one stake to qualify for this particular launch. And I didn't qualify for that, and I don't really have the funds to invest in too many different projects, so I'm trying to focus on a few, especially if they're small or nano microcaps. The previous partner is Warp. The Axion team pretty much wrapped up did launch a lot of the development work for Axion token, and the developers themselves didn't have much work to do, so I guess they had time to try another project they were interested in, trying to make money like any other person starting starting a business, so they wanted to try their own take at the Ohm protocol, and this is what they came up with. So that's currently active, and much of the team is there working on Warp, and we have a few members remaining back, helping with the Axion launch. With the Axion token. So you have Pullen, Dead Poet. Dead Poet still helping out with very much with Warp Bond token and Axion token. So he's working very hard on both sides. And Pullen, I think he's mostly or even totally on the Axion side. So it's mostly those two currently working on Axion, plus the moderators, and the developers are still helping out with the Axion. But most of the team are, how I see it, a lot of the team are working on Warp right now because they have the free time. And let's go back here. And Luxy, this is one I actually got into because the previous launches before we went to migrated to Polygon, which is October 2021. The previous launch partners were on Ethereum, which was too expensive for me because of the gas fees. So Luxy was the first one after migrating to Polygon. They're also on Polygon too. So with Axion Launch, which is Axion's launchpad, they can launch on any chain. It doesn't have to be on Polygon. It doesn't have to be only Ethereum. It could be on any chain. But thankfully, they launched Luxy, which is an NFT marketplace competitor to OpenSea, or hoping to be a competitor to OpenSea. And they offer more content, control to content creators, offering up to 100% royalty fees, unlike OpenSea, which is at maybe 10% is max. So, and they're trying to, be competitive that way by making it more friendly and interesting for people who are making the content themselves and selling. And the fourth one mentioned here is Babel. Babel is located on Ethereum. That's why I didn't decide to participate in them. But they're trying to be a competitor to online streaming services like Netflix. And there is a couple of other ones before that that's not listed here, like Securitants, which we use because they're like a KYC company. They provide KYC services, which is Know Your Customer, and you need to be KYC'd in order to use the Axion Launchpad now. So Securitants actually runs that, and there was a couple of other previous Launchpad partners. If you go to the Launchpad, you'll see that over there as well. All right, the next section is Axion in the news. So you can see all these previous paid for articles. Talking about Axion. So you got one from Forbes, Business Insider, and Zero Hedge. I'm not sure if all of these are paid for articles, or if some are actually not paid. But you can see a bunch of them here. Well, you can click these buttons on the bottom. It's got 4 dots. So there's been Zynga, News BTC, Crypto News, Forbes, Business Insider, Zero Hedge. So you can see it went back all the way to September 2020, which is even before I was into Axion, and an older one from August 2020. So you can check that history out. And even older ones here too. MarketWatch, HackerNoon, Bitcoin.com, Yahoo Finance, Benzinga, yes. So there's a lot more than these. If you go to the Discord, you can see, you can go through, let's go back there. You see these fun GIFs that people post. You can have a lot of fun in the Discord and just joke around but still keep track of your investments. But You could go to this announcement section over here and search all the announcements. There are a lot, but to make it easier for yourself, instead of just scrolling up, is you could go endlessly, because there's literally hundreds, probably even thousands of announcements in here. And then just click the first announcement thing, and then type in your search term. So if you're trying to look for old news articles or whatever, so I'll just type in news and see what happens. Maybe that's not good enough, but you could also go sort by old, so I like to do that too. I'm going to subtract news, press enter, and then go by old. Okay. You could go to the earliest news, which is, look at this, it's, from June 2020 from the founder. He's no longer around. I think his original plan was to move on from Axion after a while and just give it over to the community, and that's what it looks like he did. And I haven't heard from Jack since I think around July or August. Maybe the team keeps in contact with him, but I haven't, or I'm just a regular community member and I haven't heard from him. But he was pretty active for the first year, especially for pre-sale time. So you can see the old news by oldest. If you select the old, by sort by old, then you can see from oldest news. So that's a good way to check out old news or previous history. And if you're interested in the old history and maybe doing further research or doing your own research, DYOR. You get information about the pre-sale and that kind of stuff just by searching by old, and starting from the beginning, which is around end of May 2020. I'm gonna clear that and go back to the main site. Okay, so that's enough for the news section. And Axion itself actually paid a lot of money over, since its inception with the pre-sale. So that's more than 1.5 years now. And they paid for a lot of content like this, paid articles, paid YouTubers, paid marketing companies to do search engine optimization, and a bunch of other stuff to get Axion out there. But it's a tough landscape to, I guess, get traction and get people interested, because there's literally thousands of cryptos out there that popping up every day and still around. So cryptos have been around for at least 10 years now with Bitcoin, and after that a few more popped up, like Litecoin, Dogecoin, then Ethereum came around in 2016 or 2017, maybe even 2015, I don't know how early, but a lot more projects came around that cycle. And yeah, so it's a tough environment. Axion, even right now, at I think a $30 million market cap, is still in the top 10% of all crypto projects in existence right now, according to Coingecko. So they're like ranked 970 or 1,000 right now, and there's like over 10,000 crypto projects according to Coingecko, and probably could see on CoinMarketCap's website also probably concurs with that too. Okay, next one is powered by the community. Join one of crypto's most devoted and passionate communities where your voice is heard and you get to help share the future of Axion. Vote on new proposals with Axion's DAO voting system, available for shareholders staked over 5 years. Okay, so alright, so this is something I just Axion makes changes right now, or has been changing, to try to make the system more healthy. So this is something this is a new change that I didn't notice until now, because I'm going over this just like you guys. This is a new, fresh, updated website, and maybe this was around, for months, but I didn't actually notice this section. So it says for over 5 years, vote on your proposals with Axion style voting system available for shareholders staked over 5 years. So it used to be anybody who was staking for over 1 year got the ability to vote. But it looks like they want to do it for 5 years, which is pretty good too, because you want people that are actually staking long. And the longer they're staked, you want them to, I guess, have better voting power. So that's interesting. And most of my stakes are that long anyway, so it's not like it's harming me. I get even more voting power because I'm staking longer. Alright, next bullet point, next star, like it shows here, because we have a sci-fi theme going in Axion. And Axion, if you look up that term, it's related to space, I believe. Give and receive tips in Axion on our Discord server, which you can withdraw to your wallet at any time. Yeah, so people in the community actually like to tip newcomers, make them happy, and just tip each other in the Discord. So that's pretty unique. I don't think I've seen that in other Discords, but I'm not active in other Discords. I might sign up for them, but I'm not, involved or visiting them too often at all. I'm just sign up for them and don't bother calling back because it takes too much time to, just be involved in so many different projects. So I'm just sticking with Axion mostly for now. It's my top small cap, nano cap, micro cap investment by far. And people have fun tipping each other, just even regular community members tip each other just for the fun of it. And they do giveaways by doing that as well. Third star / bullet point is explore the fundamentals of Axion and crypto with our extensive knowledge base, which is over here, that support button like I told you about. And last star bullet point is watch and join exciting live shows with Axion verified partners each week. Yeah, so there's a community member, community organizer named Fixation. He actually has a show, an approved show through Axion that runs on the Discord over voice chat. He does it twice weekly. He has a Monday morning show. He's from the USA, so it's Monday morning from his time. I'm in the USA also, but I'm 1 hour ahead of him on the East Coast. He's Central Time in the USA. So his shows are Monday morning according to his and our time. But this is a worldwide token, so we got a lot of people from Europe, Australia, and other parts of the world. So yeah, our mornings are different for, it might be evening for somebody else, and vice versa. And he's not the only person who does shows. So Superman Axion Token also has his own show that he does through his YouTube channel at Axion Token. That's the name of his YouTube page. And then Crypto Casino also does YouTube videos for Axion and other projects he's involved with. Same with Superman Token. He doesn't just do Axion, he does other tokens as well. So they do, but both of them do for Warp Bond as well. And Fixation, he also does stuff for Warp, but he doesn't have his own channel there. He does it by a group called the Social Gorillas. So they help to market and get people interested in Axion or Warp Bond through Twitter by tweeting, commenting, or liking, and retweeting the official Twitter account for Axion or Warp Bond, and seeking out other people influential in the space and tweeting at them and trying to get their communities to look at Axion. And they also do it through other social medias as well by leaving comments on YouTube videos. And those are the two major platforms they do it, because we found out through the Axion community, I'm basically a new investor in anything. Like, I'm not really interested in big stocks, and the only ones I'm interested in are small stocks. And I didn't really even get into that, so I decided to get into crypto because my fiat was losing value and getting tired of that, and the system didn't feel like I thought it was going to do. I thought it was going to do, because central banks can just seem to, make the inflation just go on forever and keep on kicking the can further down the road forever, because this has been going on for, longer than I've been around on the earth. So I'm in my 40s, and that's been going on for much longer than that, probably hundreds of years at this point, even centuries if you think about it, with how currencies work. So you could join the Discord, which is where we're popular, or a lot of the community actually gets involved in, and the team is active over there. There's also a Telegram group that has about maybe half the amount of members over there. Some people like Telegram better than Discord, and others like Discord over Telegram. I prefer Discord myself. I got used to it, how using their platform, and if I try to use Telegram, I don't want to learn both, but sometimes I stop by and say hi in Telegram too. Telegram has another show on Fridays, weekly show called Axion Fridays Voice Chat. That happens also around the morning time frame. So I'm in the east coast of the USA, around the New York City area. So for my time, that will be around, I think, 11 a.m. in the morning for the Axion Fridays Voice Chat show. Andy, he's a moderator from Telegram, and the show runs on Telegram. He and Adarina are both moderators, and they run that show. But it's primarily Andy who does that. He's like a one-person team for that show. He does interviews with the team and people from the community, and they run a quiz where you could win Axion. And so, there's a lot of different social sides or community sides to the token that you could get information from, or be a part of the community. Alright, the next section is from the blogs. Check out the latest news, events, and important updates from Axion and the development team. I'm going back to the other one. Andy's actually from the UK, so like I said, this is a worldwide project. It's crypto, and you get members of the team from different parts of the world. He's from the UK, and Adarina's from Europe. So, they go, if it's 11 a.m. for me, it's 5 hours later for UK time. So I guess the show starts for him around 4 p.m. or so in the UK for his Axion Fridays Voice Chat show on Telegram. Alright, back to this section from the blogs. Check out the latest news, events, and important updates from Axion and the development team. So this is related to this news tab up here. Got Axion Launch, KYC onboarding, like I said before, through Securitas. You need to do KYC for anything that requires that for the upcoming launchpads. I don't think every launchpad is going to require that, but for the ones that do, you're going to have to do it through this. And the Axion team itself, or Axion Foundation, doesn't see your KYC details. The only thing they know, according to the Axion team, is they only know your wallet address, and that's it. They won't know your real name or any KYC details. That's kept with Securitas. And you can see this is a major news update from Pullen, which was posted February, beginning of this month. And it gives a good communication detail, or kind of like a roadmap. Well, not really a roadmap, but what's upcoming for 2022 and what they're hoping for. Let's just click the other ones. And you can see the Warp Starships Launchpad. The AMA with Polygon, that was December 16th. Yeah, we had a few AMAs with Polygon, so that's pretty cool. After we migrated to Polygon, they seem to be really supportive according to the team, and I think they had done 3 AMAs with Polygon chain, and I don't think we ever did one with Vitalik at Ethereum or anybody from Ethereum, so that's pretty good to have that type of support on the Polygon chain. And I like Polygon because even compared to the other cheap chains like BNB chain, which is the rebranded name for BSC chain, Binance Smart Chain, even their fees are, like, to me, I'm a cheapskate, so they charge like 44 cents or 50 cents for a regular transaction. I could save that money and put it towards something else. So Polygon is more like 1 or 2 cents, especially for something that's not time sensitive, like trying to buy something at the market price if it's active and very busy. And you want to get the best price and guarantee the best price, so you gotta have to use a normal fast speed or normal speed, which is still only maybe 10 or 20 cents at max if you do it at 30 Gwei for a buy and stake transaction through the accelerator. But it could cost as much as $2 as maybe, which is still very cheap compared to Ethereum. If the gas prices go to like 2,000 Gwei or something like that, which happens occasionally on Polygon. But I think over time they'll figure it out. They have special technologies that they bought, and they're being a layer 2 to Ethereum, and they're trying to incorporate ZK rollup, so they bought up 2 other companies to try to go that route. And they have something called a plasma chain, which only works for their native token called Matic. If they could do that with the rest of the tokens, ERC20 tokens like Axion token, make it go at plasma speed, which is thousands of transactions per second, then Polygon could be looking extra sweet. Right now they're only doing about 45 transactions per second, which is about 1 to 3 times faster than Ethereum itself. But even at such a slow transaction speed, they're still able to offer gas fees in the pennies still at that, and their network is pretty. I think the traffic is pretty similar to Ethereum. I could be wrong about that, but they're up there as well. And the next news, Axion Collider, that came out November 2021, Luxy launch, the Diamond Stake NFT, that got introduced for Big Payday, Axion's first Big Payday. There's 5 of them, and the first one happened on October 29th, I believe, and this was offered around that time to anybody who was having a stake coming mature around that time, not to harm the token price, but to offer this incentive. If they extended their stake for 5 years, then they would get this for free. Unfortunately, I didn't have a stake coming due in that time frame. It had to be a stake, I think that was over a year. So you needed at least 350-day stake in order to qualify for any big paydays. So I don't have anything that was going to land in that time frame, but that was pretty cool for anybody who qualified and decided to extend their stake to 5 years. And you could have bought a diamond stake. You could have also created a new stake for 5+ years and got that too. But you can still buy these now off of somebody else who's willing to sell on OpenSea. And you can see the news about Polygon migration, which October 19th. Yeah, that's when I think we did officially migrate over which went over smoothly with our cool mods. I mean, cool developers. The OG Polygon NFT was offered on that migration. So there was two NFTs that were offered. The Supernova NFT, which you don't see in this section, but it came out at the same time. So we left Ethereum, and the last 40 transactions that happened on Ethereum got a Supernova NFT that transforms the staking website into a like a hot sun theme. So it looks like it's going supernova, and it's pretty cool. So that was the last 40 transaction for ETH, and they decided to do that promotion for that. Give away 40 of those for the last 40 transactions, and the first, I think 800. Could be wrong. I'm wrong about that, but I think the first 800 people to spend at least $250, I think. To stake or buy and stake an accelerator. I think that was the case. And get an OG Polygon NFT, so I was able to get that. Ended up costing me a lot of money because that price dropped since then. But they did those promotions at that time, and helped prop up the price for anybody exiting. So you got to do your own research and make your own decisions in crypto space, and just trust your own judgments. The last two pieces of news over here is we already went through these. Okay. That's the current launchpad partner. So that's one way Axion promotes or advertises. They use their own websites to promote show the current promotions or whatever's running. So this is the current one running, and you could also see this advertisement on the official staking website too. There's a newsletter you can subscribe to. I think I got 2 or 3 since I've been at Axion, so they don't send out a newsletter often, but they do occasionally. And here's an important section over here at the bottom. Just like for many other websites, you got important links at the very bottom. So first section, interact with Axion, get support, staking. Get support is the first link, which is the same link on the upper right. A staking website, same link as the ones on top. Accelerator, buying Axion, voting system. That's getting worked on because we haven't done that in a while. Contact us button. The team is usually very busy, so if you use that button, they're probably going to prioritize based on importance and respond to you according to if they view it as important enough. But most of the time, I'm assuming they don't have the time for everybody's email, so. And you could always, if you can't find the answer through the main information site, which is the one we're looking at, or the support site here, or the Discord here, or even the staking website, after all those sites, or you could ask the community in Discord or in Telegram. Let's go to the Telegram. That's the Telegram page. So you can see I haven't been here in a while. Could go through the pinned messages. Okay. I'm going to click the search button and then Axion Fridays. So I'm just trying to look for the Axion Fridays voice chat show. I'm going to click on this first announcement that pops under the search term I did. I just clicked on the search button right here in the upper right. Typed in Axion Fridays, and you can see it listed there. That's Andy. He's the person who runs the show, and he's a moderator that focuses on Telegram. You can see, according to this advertisement, you could try to win $100 in Axion weekly. And there's the times for the show. I guess 3 p.m. GMT means Greenwich Mean Time, 3 p.m. UTC. Okay, so it's an hour off before 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is California time in the USA. And I'm 3 hours ahead of that. So it says, so that should be 10 a.m. Maybe these are an hour off, I don't know. Okay, I was trying to look for recordings. Let me click the next announcement over here. Alright, so you could eventually find it. It is hard to find the first recording, so I'm going to just select this. That's how a recording looks like. You could just click this down one to download it. I'm going to click on here, and then it's actually playing right now. You can see. I don't know. Sorry if that scared you.
Andy, are you there?
Okay, so you can fast forward through here by clicking this. You gotta be very careful because there's not much space. Maybe you have more space on your computer because I have a smaller computer screen. But
so I'm up at like 4 a.m. and basically getting home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So a couple more weeks on a couple of big jobs that we got, and then after that, yeah, I'll be free.
That's good. It's very sensitive right now.
Oh no, he's here! Damn it! Right back, I have a phone call.
Okay, so you can play around the playback speed here. Slow, normal, fast, very fast. I got very fast with just 2x speed. Well, like I said, you could download these two by clicking on this down arrow. And you can see the previous episodes if you just hover over the title over here at the top. So I'm going to get off of it. You see it disappear, and I'm just going to hover, and this pops up. So you go on this, and you can see all the previous episodes. You can download them and listen to them later through your own app or program. So I have VLC Media Player, and I listen through them. Download it and listen through that, and you could take it with you, I guess. If you're out and about, and listen while you're outside. So there's got I would say over 20 episodes here. And they do interviews with the team and community members and run the quiz shows weekly. And this is how Telegram looks like. Okay. Just go all the way to the bottom to the newest message. Alright, that's for Telegram. I'm going to click X to stop that and go back down. Alright, back to the next section, which is resources. You got the white paper. I think Andy and Eskimo re-updated the white paper, but I don't think it's been loaded yet. Let me click on the link, see what happens. Yeah, this is the old white paper from around March 2021, so this needs updating. It's got, I think this is the old one. Yep, it might have old information. Let's see if it shows auctions in here. Yeah, it's showing information about auctions and Uniswap. So this is the old white paper. It's not. I guess they aren't ready to upload the updated version yet. So just checking that for now. And you got the brand guide for guest advertisement, knowledge base, which is the same as this one, Dextools, which is a lot of people look for the current transactions that are happening. For the price, people buying and selling, you could go over there. The Coingecko chart, which is what I told you before. Github, yeah, if you know about codes, you can check out the contracts there, but I think that's for the old code. The current contracts, which are called a version 3 or V3 code, or V3 contracts, those are proprietary, and the Axion developers didn't want the competition to take a look at their code and copy it and rip them off or steal their code or something like that. So they're protecting it, which seems like a good idea to me. That's it for the resources section. Next section is useful links and fan sites. The Axion Calculator, the Axion Today app, which a lot of people like to use because you could track activity happening in the ecosystem. Axion Stats info page, that's another useful website. And Discord chat, which is the one I showed you before, where a lot of people come to get information, hang out, have fun. And the same link over here, Telegram link, Twitter, Reddit. I help out on there. I'm either Prana, Aum, or Distant124 on other social media platforms. And I'm Ruckus 3000 on Discord and Telegram. You got the Facebook link, LinkedIn, and the official YouTube, Axion YouTube page. Okay. Alright, so this video is already very long, but I'm going to just continue through it nonetheless. You guys could skip around and, listen at a faster speed or slower speed, and, make best of your own time. Alright, I'm going to go through all these buttons. So, like I said, this is going to take a long time, I think. First button is home. So I'm going to click roadmap, because that's the first one that pops up. Okay. So you got a roadmap. It says Axion has always been growing and developing, as shown by this development roadmap. So Axion is still in development and will continue developing. But a lot of the major developments, core features that have already been implemented, but further development still happening. Alright, so it says here there has been a substantial amount of progress within Axion's ecosystem over the last year, and this is just the beginning. With over 20,000 plus individual wallets as a part of the Axion ecosystem, it is clear that both Axion's community-sourced development team and the Axion community as a whole believe that Axion is here to stay. Here's a breakdown of all the development work that has gone on within Axion since its launch in November 2020. Yeah, so you can see this has been going on for a long time. It keeps on getting delayed, and it's hard to get, I guess, a centralized exchange listing, especially since we're nano cap, I think we would call it, or micro cap. We're only valued at around 30 million market cap. You got the Axion Incubator on the roadmap, which says building a standalone token incubator with direct and indirect ties to the Axion community, providing new ways of growing investors' exposure and increasing ROI and opportunities. So I think this is to help anybody who's interested in starting their own projects to use the Axion developers through this program to help start up a project if anybody wants to start up their own crypto projects. You got ongoing Axion Launch partnerships, which according to Pullen, and I think Dead Poet, they're both core team members and the ones who seem to be still working very hard for Axion. And they want to try to focus on launch pads and try to average about 2 per month going forward. So that comes out to 24 over a year's time, and it seems like a way to try to help boost value to the token, and get new buyers into the Axion Launchpad, since it's still very cheap to get into at the current token price. They could always change the minimum requirement, because they keep on increasing the minimum amount staked, amount staked in one stake in order to qualify for this launchpad. So the current minimum requirement is 5 million staked for at least 1 year, and I don't have any stakes that are that long. So, but at the current price, that costs about $200 if you wanted to get into this launchpad. And then you could get the qualifying NFTs, which is OG Polygon NFT or OG 5555 NFT from OpenSea, from somebody who's willing to sell them to get a even more increased allocation, because you have a limited allocation per wallet, per qualifying wallet for these launchpads. So originally, or the previous launchpads were like 500,000 Axion needed to get in for staking at least 1 year, and then other ones were 1 million, and then I think another one for 2 million for the one before this current one, which is Legion Network, and now they moved it up to 5 million. So the way things are going, I think I could see 10 million being the next minimum requirement, and that's out of my price range. Alright, so that's it for that. You can get more information from here. NFT stake minting. So that's a new feature that Axion is going to try to come out with. You mint your stakes as NFTs featuring incredible dynamically generated artwork based on the unique attributes of your stake. So it's not just the artwork. Once you transform your stake into an NFT, you could for that, when they do that, I don't think they're going to allow you to sell it on the open market or on OpenSea until they feel it's healthy enough for the system, or it's not going to harm the system by doing that. But I think they're going to offer you the ability to transfer to another wallet, for example, a hardware wallet, where it's going to be more secure. So you just have to pay for that convenience, like maybe like 10 Matic or something like that, which is roughly like $20 right now. And yeah, I think so. Besides the artwork, which is cool in itself, which makes it unique, and just transferring to a more secure wallet is another one that people would be interested in doing. So additional languages coming. Previous launches, we already saw that. NFT, yeah, so the official collection is at that link. The Supernova NFT, so you can see how that looks. Your staking website will change into this theme. Like it's gonna go a supernova, so it's pretty cool. I think you can see how it looks when you go to that. You can see stake splitting as a new feature that got added in the past 4 or 5 months. Now you can divide your stake by percentage split, keeping the same term length, but allowing you to upgrade or early on stake your splits as you desire. So if you have a $10 million Axion staked for let's say 5 years, you could split it up and make it 20%, so make it 2 million Axion and 8 million remaining, but you can't change the stake length. You're always stuck with the same length of the term, and after you split it up, then you could I don't know, it would be beneficial if you're going to try to sell it, but it doesn't look like they want to do that anytime soon. So, but if it comes down to, if the sale function comes around where you can sell off your NFT stakes, this could be more useful, I think, the stake splitting. Stake naming, you can name your stakes. I've done that. The first few days, they launched this feature. It was free for the first few days, but now you got to pay for that. I think that's like maybe 5 Matic. But you can check it on at this link, which goes to the staking website, staking section. Voting system improvements. You can see the previous votes. Axion V3 contract launched. That was around September, I think, 2021. Accelerator promo videos. Axion Launch on Polygon. That's the V3 code audited. There's a link for that. So that's up to September. You can see Hex was added to the Accelerator as a token that you could use to buy Axion. It was only for a limited time because we were on Ethereum, and they don't have enough liquidity on Polygon to do something like that. Or Hex doesn't have enough liquidity to do something like that, where we could continue that onto the Polygon chain. You can see the announcement for the Polygon migration, audit for the V3 codes, the Axion Advisory Council. So that's additional members that they sought out from the community to help promote Axion and get their ideas from. So that was created. And you can see the previous tokens that were accepted into the accelerator. And we still accept USDC, DAI, wrapped Bitcoin, but we don't accept the BAT token, which is the Brave browser token, and the Shiba token. And that's not accepted anymore, but at one time we did. Accelerator launches. So I guess those are for the September time frame, like it says here. Okay. So this is for August. Single option type, auction buyback, and burn deflationary measures. Yeah, you can see all the Axion testing initiatives done at that time. I don't see a link right here, but that would have been good to put a link. And you can see the major tokenomics changes that happened, and yeah, what are the current tokenomics at those pages. BAT token was available for August. Yep, this happened in August. The Axion, we used to have liquidity pool mining rewards, and that got ended for I believe the sake of the health of the ecosystem. So the core team decided to get rid of that. We had a Brave browser homepage takeover. So we had a lot of marketing done, but it doesn't seem to be, taking traction. I mean, it might produce a brief bump whenever that happens, especially from a YouTuber. And even this campaign, which is a 24-hour campaign, but for long term, or even short to medium to long term, it didn't seem to help out at all. So a lot of that money, in my view, went down the drain. So that's how the social guerrillas, one of the reasons the social guerrillas took over in, I think, October, November of last year, is one of the sharks from the Axion community who holds over 500 million Axion, because that's what you need to qualify for that type of attribute. So one of the sharks wanted to help out his investment, and he thought Twitter was a way to spread the word, and it was for free, and he decided to speak up and start up that group, and on his own initiative, and he got a lot of people involved, and I'm also helping out with that. Even though I'm not an official guerrilla, I still help out with the tweets, and I was doing that before then. So you got the Axion testing initiative launch. So yeah, you could click this link and you could get a breakdown of the tokenomics changes that happened from that. All the current tokenomics changes that are existing right now came from this, and it was very different before that. So we had more Bitcoin dividends before that, and now that drastically got cut down along with the discounts and a whole bunch of other stuff. And they have a breakdown of the pros and cons of that, and telling investors current, future, and new, that people may not even like the new changes. So they even say that on this page, I believe. Yeah, you see it says Axion Testing Initiative. And they had the summer giveaway, which is where I won a few 3 weeks of that giveaway. They had 8 weeks of the summer giveaway where they gave away $100 worth of Axion at that time for each week, and I won 3 of them. And I didn't win the Axion Ledger Nano they were giving away, but I won the weekly ones 3 times. And then a community member did a giveaway, or a few community members did giveaways of their own, outside of Axion. So Axion did their own giveaways, and then community members felt compelled or felt generous and wanted to help out Axion as well. So they did their own giveaways with extra Ledger Nanos that they won. They were Axion branded ones. So I actually won one of those from a member, and they tried to send it out to me, but I never got it. So they ended up, we both ended up agreeing to just give me comparable value in stablecoin. So that's what I got. But I wished I got the branded ledger, because that might be valuable someday, having the Axion brand on there, limited edition, or maybe a limited edition. Launch of the vesting engine. So this is some of the great work the dev team has done. They bring, I don't know how innovative this is, but they bring stuff like this where I think this is the case where in a lot of other tokens, their development teams are not providing these new features to their projects, and they could have long delays and not be as productive as the Axion team. So one of these is the vesting engine, which is used for the Axion Launchpad, which is called Axion Launch. And there's the vesting engine, and there's one other one. I can't think of it right now. HTML5 ads distributed across. Yeah, so this is a special marketing partner that I think Axion hired to do. They ran a whole bunch of ads. And like I said before, it's hard to gain traction in crypto with so many other crypto projects out there, and it's hard to stay relevant. Despite a lot of the good work or hard work people do, like the development team and the marketing team, it's even if you're perfect or close to perfect, crypto's landscape is very hard to be successful in, and that's why you need the community to help in as well. Multi-language support for June. Development began on the vesting engine, Brave browser push notifications, Symmetrics digital onboard for programmatic ad campaigns, Axion V3 testing, 90% of the code completed for V3. This is starting in June. Web launch, Direwolf launch, and fundraiser. So you can see a new HTML5 ad designer was onboarded, new marketing strategist and analyst onboarded, social media manager, marketing team strategic adjustment, new and updated Axion Foundation revenue model developed, founder update on AMA, additional user interface updates for Axion staking platform, new code implementation for auctions developed and tested. So we're already back to May 2021. The Knowledgebase website, additional wallet support, Axion launch for Securities, SleepySoft version 3 contracts announced May. Yeah, so they were working on that for a while. You can see a milestone here. So 100 billion Axion tokens are staked for 5,555 days at that time, around May. And you got the intercon support chat system launched on staking portal and website homepage, which is this help button. So it's called Intercom. That's the brand. Security Launch, Axion Launch, also April. Yeah, so Securitas, I think, was the first Axion Launch launchpad partner. Social media ad pushes. Dev team begins work on Axion version 3. A comprehensive overhaul of the entire Axion contract written from the ground up by the internal development team. V1 of shares-based DAO voting system implemented. Additional team onboardings and strategic restructuring. Alright, there's a lot over here to look through. This video is way too long already, so I'll just scroll. You can see gas optimizations going back to January. Adjustments to the share rate. And the liquidity amplifier develops, which is the where people could stake and get additional Axion for providing liquidity. So that lasted for about 7 or 8 months. December. Yeah, the team has a multi-signature wallet. Okay. They have a partnership with this credit card, crypto credit card, that's been in constant delay for over a year, but that's not unusual for in crypto, or I guess any company, particularly software companies, which is what crypto is anyway. Alright, so this has a lot. Alright, we got to the end of the roadmap. I'm going to go back up top. Okay, so I already went through the roadmap. I'm just going to click on the white paper. The white paper hasn't been uploaded. Oh, actually, yeah, I don't think it's been updated yet. Shows version 1 over here, and I think this is going all the way back to when this was released, I think around March to May of last year, 2021. Yeah, see, over here it says as of March 25th, 2021. So this should be the old white paper like I showed earlier. Yeah, still indicating auctions over here. Just making sure on this link. And venture capital auctions, which was replaced by the accelerator, so this hasn't been updated yet, but the new white paper should come under this section. Now I'll go to the how to buy section. Okay, so it says, welcome to Axion. You're moments away from starting your Axion journey with all the benefits of being an Axion shareholder. So you click this button and you could buy directly from the marketplace, which is on SushiSwap on Polygon. We're only located on Polygon. If you go to SushiSwap on another chain, you can't buy Axion from the other chains. It's only on Polygon for now. And then you could also buy it through the accelerator with a 20% discount if you have the Diamond Stake NFT, or else it's a 15% discount if you don't have the Diamond Stake NFT, which you could get from the OpenSea page for the Axion NFT ecosystem, our marketplace. How to buy Axion. Follow a step-by-step guide to buy Axion. So step 1, you need a crypto wallet that works with Polygon. As long as your wallet supports the Polygon Network or custom RPCs, you're ready. Polygon is a layer 2 solution of Ethereum, so you can use your Ethereum-based wallets on Polygon, including hardware wallets. We recommend MetaMask, but support 70 others. Available as a browser extension and as a mobile app, MetaMask equips you with the key vault, a secure token wallet, everything you need to store the Axion token or other assets such as Ethereum or wrapped Bitcoin. So you got the link over here where you could get the MetaMask wallet. And which wallets it supports, you could click that link. Step 2. You'll need some Matic on the Polygon network in order to buy Axion. You need a Matic just for gas fees, but you could use any other token to buy Axion. You could use stablecoin or anything on Sushi that's offers on sale on SushiSwap. Well, if you go through the accelerator, you could use USDC, DAI, wrap Bitcoin, and Matic to buy Axion token through there as well. So let me just continue reading. You can buy Matic on the Polygon chain with a debit or credit card using MoonPay direct to your Polygon wallet address or using a centralized exchange, SEX for short, like Crypto.com or KuCoin, and then withdraw it to your personal wallet. You can also use many other coin types on the Polygon network, including ETH, USDC, DAI, and more, which can be sent over using a chain bridge. We recommend Matic since it is in the native token of Polygon. I know a lot of people, I'm in the USA, so we have tough restrictions here on getting cryptos. There's a lot of the exchanges and launchpads and airdrops are excluded from people in the USA for some reason. And we get associated with like countries labeled like that are suspect, like North Korea and Iran, or some people, countries associated with terrorism. So I don't know how we're blocked up. I mean, conjoined or grouped in with them, but that's what the USA has to deal with. But the rest of you in the world, like in Europe and Australia, I guess you guys don't have to deal with stuff like that. But this is the one that I guess a lot of people in Axion from the USA like to use, and Crypto.com is the other one. I'm not familiar with MoonPay, but that seems like a convenient option for people just getting into crypto and are not familiar with setting up a MetaMask wallet and that stuff. But I think you still have to do that anyway regardless. But out of all three, this might be the simplest one, MoonPay. Step 3, now you're all set to buy Axion, but which method will you use? Axion is available for purchase from the market via SushiSwap or at a discounted rate in our token accelerator for a 5 to 20% discount. If buying in our accelerator, you need to stake. If buying in our accelerator, you need to stake your Axion for a minimum of 120 days. During this time, you will receive interest and dividends in both Axion and Bitcoin, plus loads of additional benefits. See below. Okay. So there's the links for SushiSwap on Polygon and the Axion Accelerator. So buy from the market. Axion is available for purchase direct on SushiSwap, a decentralized trading protocol. The contract address for Axion is that one right there. And if you click on that link, it'll go to the SushiSwap page. But it ends in 23D9. That's the contract address. So go to the SushiSwap, and here's a tutorial on buying Axion on SushiSwap. If you click that one, this is for the Axion Accelerator. Buy from the Axion Accelerator, buy and stake in a single transaction with a 5 to 20% bonus, depending on how long you choose to stake for. So that goes to the accelerator page, and you can learn about the accelerator at this page. Step 4, get staked and put your money to work. Not only do our stakers earn a minimum 8% APR, it's up to 47% APR for max stakes. They also can earn daily Bitcoin dividends. These dividends are liquid, meaning they can be withdrawn and traded at any time. Staking also unlocks a unique token launch platform, NFT stake upgrades, community voting based on your stakes, and more. So far this year, we have paid out 180.35 billion 35 Bitcoin to our stakers, and yes, this number updates in real time. Here's a link for the staking platform, and you can learn more about staking here. So I want to go back to this where it says 8% APR is the minimum. So the way staking tokens work is it inflates the supply, and so this is actually when it says 8% minimum, it's also has a bare minimum of 8% inflation built into the token. And that's where stakers get their interest from. So really, you're just keeping up with inflation if you get the bare minimum APR, and up to 47% APR. I don't really, if you're creating a new stake or a new investor or someone coming later on in the future, I don't think you're going to get anywhere close to 47%, for new stakes. So this number might be still, this number might be show for people who staked earlier, older investors or old stakes, but it's not. I don't think that number is correct, or coming close to correct for anybody doing newer stakes or new stakes with the current tokenomics that got incorporated back in August. I just wanted to say that since this is my video, I'm making an overview. And I'm not being paid for this, I'm just a community member. And I have a bunch of money staked in this, so I like to see it succeed, but I also like to put out more correct information. Okay, so the next section under how to buy is these. So you could get 8% minimum APR, but that's actually the base annual inflation rate. So in my opinion, you should do better than that. And according to that, it says you earn over 15 times the national average with Axion built automatically into the smart contract system. Longer stakes yields additional higher returns. So even with fiat, they report 7% annual inflation, where according to the consumer price index or CPI, well, it's probably a lot more than that if you include everything besides the basket of goods that the government goes based off in the USA. So it's probably more like 14% annual inflation in the USA if you're holding fiat and trying to get measly interest in a regular traditional bank, which is less than 1%, I think. So probably 0.5%. So when it says 15 times the national average, 15 times 0.5 comes to about 8%, which is where you get those numbers from. So like I was trying to say, with the annual inflation built into the token, depending on your point of view, if you're comparing to the fiat system, they also inflate the US dollars, which not just people in the USA hold, but other countries hold as well. Right? It's the reserve currency in the world, and a lot of people use it, so it's inflating massively, heavily as well, between 7 to 14%, probably closer to 14%. So you're losing money in fiat anyway, and something like that is happening in Axion, but not as much. I like to see improvements in the tokenomics, and I've already submitted my own proposals through Discord. just show it here. There's Axion Discord, so you could like submit your own ideas, and the team does go through this. And community proposals. People propose ideas here. And there's Pullen. You know, he's very active. That's me, Ruckus. Alright, and then, and I ask more challenging questions. I hope to get answers. Sometimes I don't. People don't want FUD, but people have to take responsibility for their own decisions and be adults. We're not children here, so that's something I asked over here, because I like to get more information on my investments. And another section is proposal discussion, where you could just talk about it before actually submitting an actual proposal. The Discord is an interesting place to get more information and feedback, interaction, and announcements. So got the official links over here as well, so you could take a look at that. Alright, next section is generate passive income with Bitcoin dividends, or divs for short. You can read through that. Our innovative dividend mechanisms provide shareholders with daily liquid Bitcoin distributed automatically and withdrawable at any time. It's a great way to automatically DCA into Bitcoin, which is another view I also agree with. Yeah, you could use Axion as a way to dollar cost average into Bitcoin. You don't have to always go to your centralized exchange or a Dex decentralized exchange and buy manually. This does it automatically as long as people buy into the accelerator. And if you're not good with DCing like myself, it automatically does it for you. So that's another way to look at it. If you stake your Axion, you're automatically DCing into Bitcoin. Then you got the exclusive launches, which is our launchpad for Axion Launch. And then you got the blockchain security and continuous development, which we went over through on the main page. Okay, so that's it for the how to buy section. We'll go to the accelerator. Yay! Alright, so we got the universe or sci-fi theme here. Got the atom. Axion Accelerator, the world's best staking ecosystem, is here. Okay, a huge ecosystem unlocked by staking. Earn up to 47% APR and Axion plus daily Bitcoin dividends you can spend at any time. Accelerate your crypto with the Axion Accelerator and get in while the daily bonus lasts. You'll also get a particle NFT, which can be spent in the Collider for the chance to win an extra bonus. Plus, Axion's NFT ecosystem launches in a few short weeks. Also, this is an older post where you can mint your stakes as NFTs with the unique generated galaxy art. This is just the beginning. Find out more about Axion and its incredible features below. Okay, so I don't know when these galaxy stakes, NFTs are coming, so I think they're waiting for the artwork from Joel to do that. Or maybe get another visual graphics artist for that. So this is how the staking page looks like. Maybe there's a link down below. What is the accelerator? Simply put, the accelerator is a way for users to buy and stake Axion in a single transaction, saving users gas fees compared to buying on SushiSwap and then staking separately. It also offers up to a 15% bonus compared to buying on the market, plus up to 305% additional shares. While doing the above, it also generates Bitcoin dividends for our stakers and forms part of our deflationary measures by buying back Axion from SushiSwap and burning it, creating positive buying pressure with each transaction. Yeah, that's something new that got incorporated, I believe, with the Axion test initiatives. So we have a burning mechanism that's supposed to help cut down on inflation. So Axion tokens get bought back through the accelerator and get sent to a dead address, which is verifiable, reviewable in Polygonscan.com. That's a universal dead address, so other tokens who do stuff like that, they send their tokens to the same dead address. So what is this about our particle collider? Launched on the 17th of November 2021, the Collider is the latest addition to the accelerator. All users buying Axion via the accelerator are now minted a special particle NFT with each purchase, which just gives them the chance of winning a huge amount of additional Axion. Now, anytime you buy Axion in the accelerator, users will earn a particles NFT. This NFT contains particles. There are multiple. Wait, this NFT contains particles. There are multiple of the Axion they bought, multiplying by 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, or a very rare 10x. The Collider allows you to turn your particle NFTs into a new Axion stake. If successfully collided, the new stake will grow, receive Bitcoin divs, qualified participation launches, vote, etc., just like a normal stake. Alternatively, these particle NFTs can be traded and sold on OpenSea, which is what I did. For myself, I don't like 1 in 25 chances, even though it could be fun. I like to get more of a guaranteed win, so I was able to sell a few of them when they were still popular enough. But the market price kept on dropping, because all you need is one seller to be willing to sell lower than you and bring the rest of the market price down. So that's what happened. So I could still make it for profit, but yeah, you're better off just, if you want to get a particle NFT, you can get it for free by just entering the accelerator yourself and doing a minimum 50,000 Axion stake, which is roughly only $2 right now at current prices. So you could get a free particle NFT out of it by doing that. And that's a minimum 120 days to do that. You can go to Collider by going there, accelerator. Alright, so, but wait, what is Axion? We already went through this. Axion is a certificate of deposit, or tries to be like a certificate of deposit like in the banks have. And that basically locks up your money, and if you exit out early, you pay penalties for getting out your commitment before maturity. And the same thing with Axion, same thing with Hex, and same thing with Wise. They're all certificate of deposit tokens, or CD tokens for short, or time deposit time deposits, like they are called in other countries, I believe. And here's more stats, which I went on before. I already went through this calculator before. And this is something new that I believe Justluce, he's a moderator and developer for the bot system on Discord, and I think he made a website for this as well. It's called Axion.Money. That's the website address, and this is where that comes from. So you can see the potential return if Axion were to 1x, 10x, 20x, 40x, 100x, and 200x. And that's a link for the accelerator. That's the Discord link. We got a frequently asked questions section. So it says the accelerator is Axion's newest product, which supersedes the original auction system. The accelerator operates under a whole new paradigm, which means framework, taking the best of the auction system by making it cheaper, faster, and far more simple to explain. If it's to onboard new people, a lot of people were trying to onboard their friends or family or co-workers who are they, felt, try to get people on board. So there were referral fees before to incentivize people to try to onboard people because they would get some Axion too for doing that, but that eventually got removed from the system because it's creating too much inflation and people were doing self-referrals, which was not the point of how that system works. So Axion core team decided to get rid of that for the sake of the health of the token. But here are some of the few commonly or frequently asked questions. So do I really get a better price than buying on the market? Is there a minimum staking period? So this is not accurate, it has to be updated. The minimum staking period currently is 120 days for the accelerator, and it's only 1 day if you're just buying it off of SushiSwap and then staking it. What is staking? What tokens are accepted? We went through that. What happens when the bonus runs out? Once the bonus allocation for the 24-hour period has been expended, new buyers will only get the 5% discount, but not the 1 to 15% discount. So that needs to be updated too. That 5% discount is only for people who hold an Axion Diamond Stake NFT. If you don't hold that, then there is no actual bonuses or discounts after the 375 million allocated for that 24-hour period is bought. If people can still buy it through the accelerator after the first 375 million are bought up, but they won't qualify for this 1 to 15% discount and the additional 5% discount if you have a Axion Diamond Stake NFT. But you still get a particle NFT that you can use in Collider if you go through the if you still continue to buy after the first 375 million. No matter what, you can still get a particle NFT. And this is when the clock resets, so users can wait until the next day when the accelerator resets to buy with the bonus. So that's 7:20 UTC time. I don't think that's correct. That should be more like 7:20 p.m. UTC, because that's around 3:30 my time or 3:20 my time. And I don't think this is according to daylight savings time, so that could be an hour off. What is NFT staking? Axion's NFT ecosystem is about to launch, allowing users who have staked their Axion tokens to turn them into NFTs, featuring procedural galaxy artwork unique for every stake. In the future, as the project matures, these stakes can be sold on an Axion NFT marketplace. Where can I get help? Users, you can use our live support by pressing the help button in the bottom right of this page or join our Discord community. You could just ask in general chat, and sometimes the community itself can be helpful as well, just in case the team is not available or is, they market it as 24/7 support, but for my nighttime or late nighttime, early morning hours, I don't really see anybody really available, and more people or more of the team is available for support during my daytime and evening hours. So there's like maybe a 6 to 8 hour window where not really anybody is available, but they'll still get back to you if you leave if you ask for help at the help button. They might not be return replies to you immediately. It may take a few hours or even maybe the next day, but they eventually get back to you. Alright, so that's the accelerator page. Was there a link over here for the accelerator? Okay, so if you just click on that big button right here, that takes you to the accelerator page. Okay, so this is how the official staking website looks like, and we're on the accelerator page right now. I'm going to disable particle animations, basically got a really slow computer, and my computer just goes crazy with this. And this is a pop-up from the Axion Today app. I don't really like this getting in the way, so I'm going to close it. It gives the latest updates on activity, what's happening in the Axion staking ecosystem. Okay, so this accelerator page goes over the information that we already talked about. So you can buy and stake in one transaction, up to 47% APR, which is not really true for current or future or newer investors or new stakes. And get up to a 10x multiplier NFT for the Collider. And if you're new, you can click there. If you're going to Collider, click there. I don't see a pop-up. And this is a good visual of what's available for daily for the accelerator as far as bonuses. So it starts off at 375 million, and you can see right now it's down to 328 million left as far as Axion available for sale that qualifies for the staking bonus, which is up to 20% additional Axion. The longer you stake, the more bonus you get, and that's including the NFTs, diamond stake NFTs. So if you don't have that, that's actually 5% minus that, which is close about up to 15%. So you can see the next time of recharges is in 2 hours and 8 minutes, and right now for me it's about 1 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon. So 2+ hours from that is 3 o'clock. Yeah, so around 3:20 p.m. My time around New York City, which is my location or my part of the world. That's when the accelerator resets. And that's another cool thing also, because previously on the auctions it used to reset around 3:30 in the morning for me. So people in the USA had a kind of slight disadvantage to that. But I guess that's pretty fair for the rest of the world, because the US is spoiled with, a lot of things geared towards people in the USA, and when there's other people in the world that are also important and should have focus as well, not always the USA. Okay, so you can see that only 12% of the bonus has been taken up since the last recharge, and there's only 2 hours remaining. So, and this is what goes towards existing stakers. So like I said before, only 10% to 30% is roughly the buy and staking behavior that are entering, that's happening in the Axion Accelerator nowadays, or at least for the past few months. That might change going forward, might even go even less, or it might go more. So depends on market sentiment, investor sentiment, a lot of things. But currently this is falling, right, like I said, between the 10 and 30% daily averages and behavior for this, and that's what determines how much Bitcoin you get per day. So it's still not bad. This is just in the end, the Bitcoin dividends are just a bonus on top of the Axion interest, which is the one that's more guaranteed, because that's built into the contract. 8% annual inflation, which is what how you get your interest, by the token inflating annually per year. That's where everybody gets their interest from if you're a staker. Okay, and you can see the tokens that are accepted. You got a basic view and advanced view. I like to go for advanced. And you can see the remaining big paydays that are available. There's 4 remaining. And we set the Matic coin, Ethereum, wrapped Ethereum, USDC, stablecoin, DAI stablecoin, wrapped Bitcoin, and Chainlink. Okay, so I usually always use USDC. You can see if you invested 2,500, I'm gonna go back to 1,000. that's a nice number to look at. So so if you invested for the max stake length, which is 5,555 days or 15.2 years, your initial investment, which is $1,000, you would get 26 million Axion, and since you're doing for the max, you get a 15% max bonus. I don't have a Axion Diamond Stake NFT, and I don't even have my wallet connected. I have a demo wallet ready. Let me connect that. So I click connect here on the left, upper left, click. Okay, that's I think my demo wallet there. So even my demo wallet, I don't have the Diamond Stake NFT there. I have it in another wallet. If I did have a Diamond Stake NFT, this number would be around 20%. And so with the 15% bonus from 26 million, you'll get 30 million just for going through the accelerator instead of going through SushiSwap. But you have to stake for the max to do that, to get that type of bonus. If you only stake for 1 year, you only get a 1% bonus. And 5 years, you get a 5% bonus. 10 years, you get a 10% bonus. And then the big paydays, you have to, you can go over this question mark, which brings up this pop-up. A total of 50 billion Axion is to be distributed over 5 years based on your staker share percentage. Only stakes that are 350 days or longer are eligible, and the amount can only be withdrawn at the end of your stake. Yeah, so that's added as interest once a big payday happens and you cross over the day. It automatically goes from the amount that shows in the big payday column for your stakes will automatically show in your automatically get converted or transferred over into your interest column when that happens. But we got 4 more big paydays remaining, and you'll only collect that at the end of your stake when it matures. And then it shows a maturity value, and that's based on today's price. So it's 73 million Axion you would get, no matter what. We don't know what the USD value equivalent would be in the future. So that's just showing the current today's price. Potential bonus if you have a Collider NFT and it succeeds. I think that's based on the 10x. Let me see. No, that's only 2x because that's double the price of this. Yeah, and there's a cap on the how much you could get in the Collider. So there's a 50 million Axion cap. So if you go in with 10 million and you get a 10x, 10x of 10 million would be 100 million. You can't collect 100 million in Collider. The maximum you could do is 50 million. So even with a 10x, you would only get 50 million on that. So some people break it down and go into smaller amounts just so they can maximize their potential winnings. So yeah, passive income generation estimate. This is an estimate based on the current pool size. It is impossible to accurately predict the amount of dividends you will receive over your term of your stake, as it is based on many variables. We do not hold any responsibility for miscalculations and reserve the right to update the formula used to produce these estimates at any time. Do not use this as an investment advice. Okay, the monthly Bitcoin dividends calculation, and that's based on the 375 million that's offered through the accelerator daily selling out. That's based on that 100% sell out, which is not the case. So this is best case scenario. On a monthly basis, you'll get $21 if you had if you bought $1,000 worth of Axion, which is 26 million. But and max staked it, which is actually 30 million. You would get $21 worth of Bitcoin if it was 100% sold out every day. And on a yearly basis, that would be $253. But really, that number is closer to 10% to 30%. Right? So let's be very conservative. 10% of this would be $25 per year Bitcoin dividends. And I like to use conservative numbers or more realistic numbers. So rather under deliver or under promise and over deliver, rather than, the other way around. Rather people get truly surprised or happy and try to make them happy and keep them happy. And not give unrealistic numbers. So you got some accelerator stats, and like I said, the advertisements are, Axion uses their official websites to advertise the current promotions, and this is the current one. So this helps out the partner and brings awareness. So there's Axion stats section, statistics section. Sorry, I have trouble saying a lot of words. So you can see the Axion sold today, 48 million. Axion burned, which current buyback is 55% of the Axion bought through the accelerator. Because when you buy through the accelerator, what's actually happening is you're actually you put in whatever you want to input in here, whether it's Matic, Ethereum, USDC, DAI, Wrap Bitcoin, or Chainlink tokens. You put that in here, and then I think you're actually getting these 375 million allotment daily. But that's actually minted tokens that never existed before. So I don't know if it technically gets minted, but you're getting tokens that were never in existence before. But they're turning into stakes, so they get converted to shares and only come back into Axion again if you wait until maturity, or if you're early end stake or late end stake. You have to wait until the end. And so you're really actually getting these tokens, but then what's happening also in the background is it actually goes to SushiSwap, and 55% of the money that came into the accelerator is used to buy Axion that's on the marketplace, which is SushiSwap, and that actually pumps up the price. It would pump it up more if you actually went directly to SushiSwap instead of coming to here, but because that's a 100% pump, but right, this is only a 55% pump. If you do it through the current tokenomics or buyback percentages. So currently it's 55% buyback for Axion, and I think 30% or 35% for Bitcoin buybacks, and that's given to stakers. And then 15% remaining goes to the Axion Foundation for operational expenses and salaries and fees, all that kind of stuff. So business expenses for Axion is 15% out of whatever comes in the accelerator. So that's a 55% burn. That's why you see this number is different from that, roughly by the same proportion. Bitcoin paid out today is 0.01208, which is $531. And that goes to all the stakers. So you guys see, I only got probably a few cents because I'm a small investor, even though I spent a lot of money in fiat. Actually, my investment is only worth a little bit as of now, but it can still go back up. We're still in the early days of Axion. It's only a year and a half, a little over a year and a half, so things could change around, and anything's possible. And you can see the breakdown of today's accelerator. 143 Matic went in, which is about $300, or close to $300. If you say Matic is $2 per token. Half of ETH, which is about 1,500. I can't remember. No USDC, no stablecoin, wrapped Bitcoin. Only a small amount went to that, and no Chainlink today. Now you can see the all-time numbers. I'm not sure how accurate this is, but all-time, I guess this is current token value. 24, rounded up 25 billion Axion was sold through the accelerator. I guess since the accelerator got introduced, that's roughly $950,000 worth. And the amount of Axion that got burned is roughly 13.7. Round that up to 14 billion Axion burned, which is worth about 500,000 or 525,000. BTC got paid out since the accelerator, I think, came out, which is September 2021, beginning of September 2021. 12 Bitcoin got paid out since then. I think, I could be wrong about this. I don't know if since Bitcoin came out or since the accelerator came out. So I think it's since the accelerator came out. Yeah, that sounds about right, because we said earlier it was 180 Bitcoin that got paid out to stakers, and right now this is only showing 12 BTC paid out all time according to the accelerator stats. See, so with the new tokenomics and what's been happening in the crypto landscape since accelerator came out, we were starting to pump the crypto market, and then it started crashing down by 50% again. And we're kind of bearish right now, I think, and we're not at all-time highs with Bitcoin and Ethereum. We're still like 25% down at this point, February 15th, 2022. So it's only 12 Bitcoin paid out, and if you compare it to 180 Bitcoin that got paid out in total, that's a massive difference. And Bitcoin only got introduced in March 2021, and the tokenomics changes were in August. So let's see, March, April, May, June, July. That's about 6 months worth of Bitcoin under old tokenomics that were paid out. So, and if you subtract 112 from 180, that's 168 Bitcoin that was paid out in up to August, or until the accelerator came out, so up to September, and 6 months. But now you got September, October, November, December, January. That's about 5 months since the accelerator came out. 5.5 months actually, because we're in the middle of February. And only 12 Bitcoin got paid in a similar time frame. So you can see it's a drastic cutback in Bitcoin dividends. So you should only look at it as a bonus going forward, unless additional changes get made. And a lot of people weren't happy with these changes, but they were in the name of making the token healthier, which I'm not sure if it actually did. It did by inflation-wise, but price-wise, we still got down to even lower prices as a result. So I think we still need more changes or improvements to it. Okay. I think that's it for the accelerator section. I'm going to go back to, you can hear my computer working hard. The accelerator section. Alright, so in order to get to the accelerator from here on the main info site, I didn't really see a specific button, but you could just click on this and it'll get to this right here, this page. Yeah, this page right here. Okay, I'm on a super marathon right here. Yeah, I'll just go to the next section, Collider. Might as well go a full 8 hours over here, right? Okay, so the next section is Axion Collider. This looks super detailed, high definition, sharp. I like how the wording here is chiseled down and sharp, precise, exact, high definition. Yeah, I love it. Get an Axion Particles NFT every time you buy using the accelerator. Then engage the NFT in the collider for a chance to win bonus Axion. That's how the particle NFT looks like. All of them look the same. And here are their attributes. Type particles, rarity varies. Status transferable or sellable. Network Polygon. Function bonus Axion. You can view it on OpenSea if you click that link. Then I'll read the description. Turn particles into Axion using the new Axion Collider. Each particle NFT contains a multiplier for each time you buy Axion in the accelerator. Each NFT can be redeemed for a chance to get a new bonus stake up to 10x. I've only gotten like a 1x, 2x, or 3x at best. I haven't got a 4x or a 5x, and the only other one is a 10x. There is no 6, 7, or 8x multipliers. That's how the collider looks. If you go to the collider page, collide your Axion particles, get a chance to win or earn bonus Axion from the accelerator. How do I get a particles NFT? When you buy Axion in the accelerator, you will be minted a particles NFT. This NFT will contain particles that are a multiplier of the amount of Axion you bought in the accelerator. So if you bought 500,000, or let's say 1 million of Axion, you will get 1 million of particles in your NFT. And if it was a 1x, it will stay 1x. It will stay 1 million. If it were 2x, if you got a 2x multiplier, then it would turn into 2 million particles. 3x is 3 million particles. 4x, 4 million. 5x, 5 million. And the very rare is 10x, 10 million particles. Just showing you, explaining as examples. The maximum particle that can be generated in the NFT, particles NFT, is 50 million Axion. You can also buy a particle NFT on OpenSea if there are any currently listed. What do I do with it? You have two things you can do with the particles NFT. You can list it for sale on OpenSea for another user to buy it, or you can enter it into Collider for a chance to turn it into staked Axion. What is the Collider? The Axion Collider is a new tool available on the Axion staking portal. The Collider allows you to choose a particle NFT from your collection. It will detect the number of particles inside the NFT and allow you to set the length of the stake that you would like if the particles successfully collide. When you engage a collider, it reads a huge number of variables on the blockchain to generate a random number. If the generated number matches the odds, then the tokens are successfully minted into Axion and a new stake is created and assigned to your wallet. This stake will receive Bitcoin dividends and can be used to qualify for Axion Launch. If the particles fail to collide, then no stake is created. Either way, the particle NFT is burned. Why would I sell this NFT? If you get an extremely rare 10x particles multiplier, you may want to sell this NFT to someone else who will want to use it in the collider. As with all NFTs, the prices set are up to the user listing it. Do I have to use the collider? You do not. You can let your particle NFTs build up over time until you have quite the collection, or you can put them in the collider after using the accelerator. The choice is yours. Yeah, I'm trying to sell them, or I just keep them with me. And like I said earlier, I was able to sell a few of them, but then another seller was starting to undercut me, and I think I pissed him off by undercutting him in the first place. And I tried to make up for it by matching up to his prices are going up, but that seller decided to just keep on dropping, and I got out of the game because it wasn't worth my time. And I'm hoping the Axion token price goes up higher over later, so I can start selling it again for a higher price. because they're lower than I bought them for. Alright, next question, does it cost to use the Collider? There is no charge to use a Collider aside from gas fees, currently a few tenths of a penny. It's a feature given out to the Axion community as a bonus for using the accelerator. If an eco slider for a slow gas speed, or if it's not a time-sensitive transaction, which Collider is, I could set it for like 3 Gwei, or custom. Go to MetaMask and set it for a custom gas and put it for 3 Gwei as a max fee, and or 3.5 Gwei as a max fee and 3.25 as the miner's fee, and that should go through in the next hour or two, especially if there's not much traffic going on the network, and lately that's been happening often enough on the Polygon chain with this bearish market, or it seems like bearish time right now. We don't know what's going to happen with the crypto markets and politics related to crypto, investments in general, what's happening in the world. Next, the Axion NFT ecosystem continues to grow with the Axion Collider, now live on the staking portal. Stacking, staking, same thing. Get your particles NFT. Okay, that goes to the Axion Accelerator. Alright, I'm going to show you the Collider. Let's see. How about we go to the OpenSea page first? Okay, this is how the Axion Collider page looks after it loads up. You can see it has 5,000 items in the whole ecosystem for the colliders. 1.2 thousand owners. Floor price, see it's very low, 0.001 ETH, and volume traded, I don't know if that's daily volume, probably is 0.3 ETH, or maybe not. So I have the default. I don't know if this applies for everybody else, but mine is priced low to high, and I like to use the smallest one. I don't like these big sizes, take up too much space on my small computer screen, so I go to the small display. And I just want to see how much 0007 is in USD prices. See, it's only $2.19, and that's the seller I'm talking about, I think. Dragon, beat me or cut me out. It's because I undercut him, so it's partly my fault. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to him and see how many others he's selling, if I got the right person. I think he sells NBA NFTs as well. Look at that. He's got all these Axion Collider NFTs. I don't have nearly as much. Yeah. I think he's from California because he's got LeBron, Nipsey Hussle there. LeBron is playing in the Los Angeles Lakers basketball team, and Nipsey Hussle is from California area, but he got, I think, killed in the past couple of years. I think he's a rapper. And another California team, the San Francisco Warriors, or Golden State Warriors. So you got Steph Curry. So he sells a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, he's more into NFTs and selling NFTs. I'm barely in it. Alright, so that's how the OpenSea page looks for the Particles NFT system. You can click the buy now option. You can make a counter offer. Really, even this is overpriced for 91,000 particles for $2.19. You can spend that same amount and get, let's see how many X this is. Yeah, see, he got a 2x. So he spent the minimum to go into the accelerator, which is 50,000. So he's copying the same kind of strategy as me. He's only spending the bare minimum and trying to make up his money for it by selling how much he actually paid for his stake. So he gets a free stake out of it, and he's selling off the NFT if this sells for that price. But really, it's a 1 in 25 chance of hitting an accelerator. So I think the true value, if you don't count the artwork, just how much you could win in Axion, it's 4% of this, so less than 50 cents. Let's say 10 cents or 15 cents is the true value for this. Or since this is a 2x, make it 30 cents. So, but people are willing to buy NFTs for the artwork or for whatever reason, and if they could go to the Axion Collider and buy it themselves, but I guess maybe people are not aware of it. But I see some of them actually go to the Collider themselves afterwards and buy it, and you see it as expended afterwards. And they should know by then that they don't have to spend as much, or they could get Axion free as well, and Bitcoin dividends, as long as Bitcoin dividends are around. In the future, because that could change also. This is not a mutable contract. This is an editable contract with Axion. So upgrades can be made at team and community discretion. This is a team-led, community-driven project, but the team has a final decision, and yeah. But even though this is not an immutable contract, which means it's not changeable, even immutable contracts, they could just issue an airdrop and release a new contract. So that's kind of like a false premise as well. Those contracts could change, and I believe so. And like with X, they claim to be immutable, but they, even according to their own website, they say they could just airdrop a new token and issue the changes if there's some exploit or something wrong with the existing contract. Details. See, activity here was minted a day ago, and he put it up. That seller, Dragon Lorex, put it up for sale the same time frame. Let's see, 3:56. Yeah, only 5 minutes later. Okay, get back to that Collider page. Yeah, you can do all the sorting and everything. You go by activity to see the latest sales. Yeah, all bunch of these cheaper NFTs being for sale, so it's not worth my time. I was selling them for $5 or $10 before, and he just dropping, so I don't want to go back and forth with him, and I barely did. He wasn't going back up when I, was compromising, just going back up to his old price levels. He was selling them for $50, $40 before for the similar amounts. So I was trying to do a more fair option, but still be profitable, but didn't work out. All right, I'm gonna go back to the main information page. So that's a Collider section. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next section, is news. Let me just click on that. Okay. You could go through blogs, updates, votes, and partnerships. But I'm just going all items right now. Axion News. Keep up to date with developments in Axion and the revolutionary staking platform that supports it. Yeah, so you got the latest general news. I think the Axion team, or whoever makes this website or makes the content, or puts the content on here, are just doing not trying to flood it with too many announcements, and make it more manageable. So, the important updates are listed here. Some of them might be missed, but for the most part, they got the ones that that are important over here. So you got the KYC onboarding, the 2022 updates. Yeah. So you can see that the migration, Diamond Stake NFT, Luxy, Collider coming out, the live AMA with Polygon, Warp Bond being on Axion Launch, the current partner Axion Launch partner Axion Network, and still, that's still ongoing right now for their IDO. I'm going to click on this 2022 update. I'm making this video super long, but what the hell? I mean, I'm an amateur and I got time. So I believe this is from Pullen because he's the one who posted it on Axion Discord under our announcements, so you can find this also there. Just a small update on a few things we are currently working on. There's plenty in store for Axion over the next few months. Alright, so we have our next Axion launch now confirmed. We will be officially announcing it early next week, followed by Discord and YouTube AMAs with their team. So that's what Axion Network is. This post happened before today. KYC updates. Okay. So secureness is going to be part of KYC, know your customer for Axion Launch. You don't need a KYC to be staking or anything else on the platform. It's just for Axion Launch, for any launch pads that require KYC. NFT stake minting. That's the Galaxy stakes. Website refresh, which is what we're looking at right now. This is Pullen and Deadpool are working very hard. I don't know what they're actually doing, but I assume they're the ones that are working very hard behind the scenes, and I believe Pullen is the one who is working on the website. I think he has a background in website development, so yeah, he's the one I think is doing this stuff. So it looks super nice, as you can see. Before it was in light mode, and it looked pretty similar, like you had this on the top already, but now everything is in dark, and I love dark mode. I wish all websites were in dark mode, or at least give an option going back and forth if you want a light mode or if you want dark mode. Next one is YouTube video tutorial series. So Pullen's planning to come out with updated YouTube videos. He's also the same person who made tutorial videos that are already posted on the Axion official link, and this is the most popular one. So he says, I am personally in the process of planning and recording a series of 9 tutorial videos to cover most aspects of the Axion ecosystem in order to help onboard new investors. Based on the success of the Ledger tutorial video, 109,000 views, we will also have a video covering how to stay safe in crypto, which will be targeted the crypto space as a whole. This may in turn bring plenty of new eyes onto Axion. Yeah, so he did very well with this video. So it was bringing a lot of views by far. I think his other videos were bringing in maybe 10,000 views or 1,000 views, and this one stood out by far. And he mentioned Axion in there as part of the video. So, and I think other crypto projects were starting to do the same thing too, picking on Axion's success. And if the Axion Collider or the Axion Accelerator, one of those two, I think Crypto.com actually copied Axion out of all crypto projects and followed suit with their own similar branding, or not branding, but similar mechanism for their own platform. So a huge crypto project like that, within a month or two later, came out with something similar to Axion Accelerator and Collider. So that's pretty amazing. I'm not sure if Axion copied it from some other projects, and we did the same thing to somebody else. And it's not something original to Axion, but it would be cool if this was an actual original idea from Axion. And it's cool. We actually did it before Crypto.com, and the same thing with the token burns. I think we beat Ethereum to a token burns before they came out with their token burns with EIP 1559. Okay, the next update is lots of new marketing being planned. We are planning various campaigns to launch once the website and video series are live. We obviously need to bring new eyes onto our project, but we might as well spend the marketing budget as wisely as possible, as my role has expanded into a few too many different things. We may also be looking to hire a full-time dedicated marketing director. More info to follow. Yeah, so I told this to Pullen, and I'm concerned with a lot of team members are just taking on too much work. I don't like people overworking, getting burned out, and I really like to have them get help, even if it's just unpaid help, or part-time help, or even paid help, to help alleviate their load, because I don't think that's fair. So Axion Launch is the next update link right here, bullet point. So we will be focusing a lot more on the launchpad moving forward, growing it out to be one of the largest and most successful launchpads. We will aim for 2 launches a month. This will not only bring lots of new investors into Axion, but also give plenty of excellent opportunities to our current stakers. So I see upside to this as long as there are newer investors and not just current investors in Axion who are buying up the launchpad. As long as we get drawing new investors, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for adoption, and even if the staking side is not that great with the tokenomics, in my view, this launchpad could, by itself, the launchpad it could be beneficial because it's still cheap to get into, and as long as the partners we get for this, we have good launches, and the projects do well afterwards, and that could get FOMO, or fear of missing out, or people coming into Axion Launch just for the launchpad itself, not even for the staking. The staking could be just a side benefit to it, whereas the other launchpads are too much more expensive, and they don't, I don't think they offer the type of extra benefits that Axion offers. And community voting is coming up. So we have the Snapshot DAO voting system back up and running on Polygon. We'll be having our first vote soon. So we're going to try to incorporate a sell tax, like we talked about in the last town hall. Was Pullen and Travis was on there as well, and Justluce too, and a lot of the community. So that was a pretty big turnout for that town hall. I was there as well, and Travis brought up the sell tax, and a lot of the community members thought that would be a good idea to have a 2% plus 2% tax, 2% sell tax plus a 2% reflection that goes back to the stakers. So it seems like there's a lot of trading activity going on. So people just buying the token and then doing a quick flip once it pumps, and then killing investor sentiment and not allowing the project to flourish and take off. These are just taking profits away from anybody who's actually staking and here for the long term. It's a staking token, so it doesn't make sense to allow trading activity like that without any type of fees, especially if it's a day trader or frequent trader. So I think that's a good change. That's going to be up for a vote, and I wish it was sooner, or I wish it happened earlier. And there's another, I think another vote coming up too. And you got to have a stake, and I think I read earlier, for at least 5 years to qualify for voting. So that's what it seems like they want to do. Because we have another problem with our own ecosystem. It seemed like we had an unfair launch. That's how I would characterize it. Because a lot of the tokens that are offered per fee sale back at the end of May 2020 were offered for too cheap. And back then the Ethereum price per Ethereum was only around $250 per Ethereum. And it was paired up with 200 billion Axion tokens. And with only a few Ethereum, I think. And I think liquidity pool started off with only worth maybe 10,000, not even. So you could have bought, let's say, 2 billion Axion within the first few wallets or first few days for no more than $500 or $1,000, and you would be an Axion whale. Still very risky spending any type amount like that with there was nothing available, no white paper. It was just Jack the founder and a token placeholder because it was called Hex2T at the time, based on Hex's recent price pump and their success, and a bunch of other projects wanted to jump on the train and copy Hex or have their own take and do something just as well. And that's what I think Jack wanted to do. But I think the pre-sale was a bad idea the way they Jack did it. And pairing it up with too little liquidity or too little ETH like that. Other companies are doing much better, or other projects are doing much better by having a more fair distribution. So I think we're paying for it as later investors. Anybody who didn't get in the first 30 to 45 days, actually first 45 days, there's pretty good price points up to July 15th, 2020. Afterwards, if you got in afterwards, you could still do pretty well, but especially if you reinvested once the token went to main launch, and you could start staking, because the first year you had, or the first 10 months, I would say, let's see, up to September or August, so 8 plus 2, first 10 months you could have got a lot of Axion interest if you had long stakes or even short stakes. But the longer the better, you get a better staking, so you could almost double that. So it's like a double whammy. I just wanted to say that. So tokenomics changes. As discussed in the previous town hall, there are various changes we would like to make, from adjusting the accelerator percentages to bringing a small sell tax burn fee, which will drastically increase our deflationary measures. These will be voted on through the new voting system rather than Discord. So the current staking or accelerator percentages is 55% buyback for Axion, and then it gets burned, and then 30% goes to buy wrapped Bitcoin, and then gives that to stakers, and the remaining 15% goes to the Axion Foundation for their expenses, for servers, salaries, legal fees, and all that, anything business related expenses. So that's going to be put up for a vote, those two items, the sell tax and the accelerator percentages. And we're just waiting out for that. Sex listings is the next one. We are still working towards getting our first sex listing. It will happen. Just like other projects. I don't think we have currently, since the price keeps on dropping, and we're basically a nano cap or a micro cap at 30 million market cap. We don't have much liquidity to even go on a sex, so I think this is going to keep on getting delayed. As far as sex listings, that's been going on since I've been in Axion, since November. I think at one time they did have a sex listing on Gate.io's centralized exchange listing during the pre-sale, but they didn't have one afterwards. Alright, next one, bullet point is fiat on-ramp. We're still in talks with various providers to get a fiat on-ramp on both website and staking platform. I like the cheap fees with Axion on Polygon, so the sex listing for me, I used to care about that before we moved to Polygon, but now I don't care about that anymore because I already know how to use Polygon, and I was looking for sex listings for cheap fees. I don't need that anymore, so that doesn't apply to me. At Fiat on-ramp, yeah, this is for more convenience for people. I think it's more convenient or make it easier to get Axion and to make the platform more easier to use, and less steps, so we can onboard people easy because it's very hard to onboard people. Even with this how-to buy section, it's still very hard because you most likely have to walk them through if they're a complete newbie to crypto in general. Like even myself and some of the other guys in crypto in this project, like I started in crypto by going through Robinhood, which is not even really getting into cryptos. It's just basically like an IOU if you buy it through there. You don't hold the token if you go through Robinhood, and if you have it in your MetaMask, you basically are in custody of it. If you buy it through Robinhood, you don't have custody of it, so they could do anything with it. And the same with centralized exchanges; they hold custody for you, which could be a good thing if you're not responsible enough to hold it on your own, because you could lose something called the private keys. If you lose those keys, you lose access to your funds, whereas the centralized exchange and Robinhood hold the private keys, and you don't have to worry about losing your keys. But they could lock out your funds, and they they have more control. You lose control that way, but as long as you feel comfortable with it, that could be a good option as well. And last section for here, and last bullet point, and lots more. There are many things I haven't included here, but that's a snapshot of some of the things we are working on currently. I know it can be hard to stomach the price at the moment, especially if you invested at the top, which many of us have, especially after our mainland launch. But rest assured, Axion has a very bright future. Please do what you can to help out and take part in the Discord-based Twitter raids and help promote Axion on social media, etc. This is from Pullen. So I help out with this Twitter raids with the Social Gorillas. That's the group that got started by Shimmerfield. He's a former moderator for Axion, and now he took the initiative to start this group, the Social Gorillas, by trying to take matters into our own hands and not just relying on when marketing. When we see that regular paid marketing doesn't seem to be helping the token price on our project. So he decided to start this own group and try to take more the matter into his own hands and take the power of Twitter and YouTube and start tweeting out and getting marketing Axion that way. So we save money because we weren't seeing the effectiveness of paid marketing and other strategies like search engine optimization, SEO, and even though they're doing a good job doing their advertisements and doing well informed or doing interviews very well for us, it still didn't result in helping the project overall. We're still stuck at the same prices, which is one besides getting outreach and getting across other audiences, like the main point is also gaining adoption. So we didn't really gain new wallets or new people. We did gain some, but not enough for the money spent, and where myself and I bet most others are looking for a lot more better adoption. You could tell by like one of the guys that frequently comes in Discord. His name is The Hog, and he's always coming in putting the command exclamation point members to see the latest members numbers. I think he's looking for that too. Okay, so that's it for the news section. Launchpad. Okay. I don't know if I need to actually go through this, but Axion has their own launchpad, Axion Launch is a new initiative that pairs Axion's unique ecosystem of long-term stakers with new tokens. With Axion Launch, the Axion staking community gets to enjoy the exclusive benefits of curated launches, perfect for long-term growth. So, like I showed you like a few hours ago, yeah, if you skip around, the Axion has pretty much unbelievable staking statistics. So about half of the supply is staked for the maximum stake length, which is 5,555 days or 15.2 years. And people are doing that so they could get better dividends and better interest, because the longer you stake, the better, the more of the piece of the pie you can get from the annual inflation. And that's especially more effective for people who don't have as many tokens like myself who came in afterwards. So I only have like between 15 or 10 and let's say 25 million total Axion tokens that, you know, I don't want to spend too much because I'm only trying to do as much as I can afford to lose, and I'm basically at that point. And I want to see tokenomics changes to my satisfaction when I don't like current tokenomics, so I'm only spending a little more at these price points, even though I could make up for it by getting more Axion. I still need to see progress to my satisfaction and, you know, feedback, and I'm not getting that at the moment, even though, you know, there is some stuff happening that I do like. I still want to see more. But that looks like it could be changing with my participation, so it remains to be seen. This explains what Axion Launch is, and I try, like I said, I don't want to read through this, but this is Axion offers a lot of benefits, and this is one of them, the launchpad. So if you don't like the staking benefits, you know, just Axion Launchpad by itself, with that latest announcement from the beginning of February this month, they're going to look to aim to have two launches per month going forward. That's their aim and their goal. So there's going to be a lot of launchpad partners coming up, and hopefully new investors coming in, and they have to buy a minimum 5 million Axion, if that's what the new terms are going forward, in one stake. And that could help pump the price up and, you know, bring up adoption. If it's not going to be the staking ecosystem and the other benefits, it could be through the launchpad. So that's one way to see things in an optimistic way. Look for the positives and potential upsides, and that's one upside I think could change things around. In addition to the other stuff I think needs changing. Let's scroll down. To summarize, Axion Launch is a curated launch platform. Axion Launch is only available for Axion stakers of 1 year and over. We saw that it was for 5 years. I don't know which one's the correct version. Third bullet point, Axion leverages its powerful staking community to benefit new token launches. Yeah, so the Axion team or core team actually pushes this out and explains to potential launchpad partners how we're different from other crypto projects. So we're a long-term token, and that's very attractive to anybody starting up their own token. So they value that long-term mindset and are attracted to Axion because of the way our token's set up and how many people are staked for so long. And each partnership with Axion Launch is unique with its own unique rules and requirements. So yeah, like just because the Legion Network has a $5 million Axion requirement staked for at least 1 year, that could change from partner to partner, so it's negotiated. That doesn't mean it's going forward from here on out. Here's the previous launch partners and the allocations. 100,000 for Luxi, 2,250,000 for Babel, 100,000 for Warp, 210,000 for Direwolf, Securities 725,000, SleepySoft 35,000. Okay. I'm gonna click this Axion Portal. I think I could break down this video by splicing it up and editing it so it's not too long. I'm putting timestamps, but that's gonna be extra work. I'll see what I can do. I'm gonna click connect again. This should be my demo wallet. You can see the GUI for Polygon chain right now is 31. That's the 30 is the base minimum that they set to the suggested minimum. That still costs pennies if you buy and stake through here, maybe 8 cents at 31 GUI. So on the dashboard screen, you can see all this information here. How much is the accelerator price? I think that's at, if you do it, the maximum stake length, and this is the market price. If you just buy it from SushiSwap, which is quadruple 038, accelerator is quadruple 036, and if you were to spend 1 ETH, you would get 94 million through the accelerator on a max stake. And if you were to buy it on SushiSwap for that same 1 ETH, you would get about 78 million Axion. Okay, you can see the advertisement. You can see what a brief introduction video here on what is Axion.
Are you tired of traditional savings accounts? Even less interest rate? So are we. Why we'd like to introduce you to Axion. Earn interest on your own terms.
Alright, sorry, I was trying to adjust the sound. I don't know if it's going to play back for you guys extra loud, even louder than I'm hearing it, but it's kind of normal volume for me. But for some reason, when I replay the video on YouTube after it's been published, it sounds extra loud. So yeah, the levels are different once it gets published for some reason. But that's our brief introduction video, and if you click this link, you can see other official Axion videos. Done. This was made by an investor named Emmy, and Fix also helped make this video as well. He's another investor, he's highly involved in Axion. He's like a community organizer, and he has his own show. Okay, so you got the total supply here, which is updated live. 334 billion Axion are in total right now, and that number keeps on changing. There's no cap on this. Like Bitcoin has a maximum of 21 million supposedly. This is a staking token, and the inflation, the supply is always going to be inflated annually, which is 8% annual inflation, and from that annual inflation is where the interest is actually given to stakers. So it's always going to be inflating unless we change that, which was brought up in the last town hall by Pullen, but I don't know how. Maybe in sometime in the distant future that could happen, but for now we're still a staking token, and you gotta get the Axion tokens from somewhere, and it's from inflating the supply, and that's how that interest is generated. So okay, current circulating supply is about 24% at 82 billion Axion. Total staked, or what is locked up, is 253 billion, which is about 76% of the supply, which is very good. Not the best. I think I've seen other tokens that went as high as 90% or above. But for comparable tokens, that's very good. Like Hex, in particular, the way they have their system is, I thought this was a bad thing, and I still think it's partially a bad thing, but about 90% of their supply is unstaked, and supposedly most of that is in something called an origin address, which people are guessing that the owner or founder of Hex owns a large majority of, and it's basically unstaked. So 90% of the supply is unstaked, and because that 90% is unstaked, it's not collecting interest. So their token is inflating by 3.69% per year, whereas we're inflated by 8%. And but they're giving out interest, or they advertise interest up to 38% interest if you stick with them, and that's generally correct. If you go according to a chart that is published on their website, and we used to have it on our old white paper. Maybe I could show that another time, but generally the less that's of the total supply that's staked, it's better for the stakers if less of the total supply is staked. And I think people in Axion generally, even with the current tokenomics that got changed in August, yeah. So we used to have Axion buybacks being given to stakers, and that kind of camouflaged the interest we were getting just from inflation. So before, we were getting dividends from the Axion bought back from the marketplace and given back to stakers. So that was added on top of the annual inflation interest that we were getting before. But now we don't even get the Axion buyback. So we're getting very poor interest rates. I don't want to connect my own wallet, but I could show you that maybe some other time. But even for max stakes, we're only getting about like 12 to 14% APR on those stakes, even for new stakes, especially for new stakes after the last big payday. That's what it'll show on the staking platform next year. Stake if you created new stakes at that time, which I did, and I started seeing that the interest rate even for max stakes, which is the best interest you could get, is only 12 to 14%. Now that number will go up once we get to cross over the next big payday, and that the big payday transfers from that into the interest column, and you'll see your interest boost, and the interest rates will probably go back up, but I don't think by much. Like, we're currently advertising this up to 47% APR, but I think it's more likely no better than 20% when you include the big paydays and Bitcoin dividend as interest, if you include those two numbers, and the actual behavior of people entering the accelerator. Like, nowadays it's only 10 to 30%, where we were getting better Bitcoin dividends before, and I think that got not sold, got transferred over to something called the Mega Friday auctions that eventually got sold out. So, we were having 100% sellouts before, and now we're only having 10 to 30%. And yeah, so I like to see these tokenomic changes where we were trying to be a better version of Hex, and like Hex on steroids, and I think we missed the boat on that. Maybe we can make minor changes by adding more interest to, or allowing at least some of the Axion buybacks to be given to stakers, and not all of it being burned. Like the 55% that's bought back from SushiSwap is actually all completely burned. So maybe 8% could be bought back and given to stakers, and then that would be good enough to boost up the interest. You still have to worry about sell pressure, but you still have to worry about sell pressure regardless if you are giving good enough interest, and that goes for any other token. So this is a staking token, and one of the things you should be looking for is beating inflation, especially token inflation. which is a lot in Axion at 8%. So you really should be subtracting that 8% number from, an actual interest you're getting. So when I said 12% to 14% in actual interest that shows up for new stakes, if it's a max stake, you got to subtract 8% for them. So the actual interest rate you're actually getting for a max stake, which is the best you could get, is closer to, let's say, 4% to 6% actual interest, which is, for a max stake, is not a lot. I think even with fiat, with traditional banks, you could get almost like that as long as you're investing for 15 years, which is what a max stake is. You have to get to those levels to get that, but I think you guys could understand what I'm trying to say. And I put some proposals in the Discord channel over here. Where is that? Right here, regarding that. You could search my name, Ruckus3000, up in the upper right here. Sorted by community proposals, and you'll see an idea I have 76/8/8/8. That means 76% Axion buyback and burn, then 8% Axion buyback and given to stakers, and then 8% Axion wrap Bitcoin buyback and given to stakers, and then the remaining 8% will go to Axion Foundation for their expenses, because they said that the Axion development is pretty much, a lot of it is done. They're still going to do development, but the major work has been done, and so there's cost savings involved with that. So we don't have to pay developers a lot of money. They could just be on pay-per-use basis, and so you don't need to spend a lot of money, and we could just continue spending the money wisely. So you could take a look at my proposals, other people's proposals that could help the token, and community proposals and proposal discussion. Another one is to, for anybody entering the accelerator, force them to have a minimum stake length of at least 5 years, but better to force everybody to max stake it, because this 375 million tokens that are offered for sale through the accelerator daily, that's actually contributing to inflation to the system. So if you're going to add inflation to the system like that, you don't want to just allow it to be entering into the system at a minimum length of 120 days, which it shows right here. So you choose between 120 and 15 years, or 5,555 days. So if somebody were to just do the base minimum, all those tokens will be creating sell pressure and inflating the token, and it's like a churning effect, or whatever, a snowball effect. It just keeps on expanding the supply every 120 days if somebody chooses. So if you're going to be inflating the token by offering an accelerator, you should do it for the max and force people to do a max, even if they're a new user or a new person to the system. They don't have to use the accelerator for 100% of their purchase. They could just put like 5% of their initial purchase into a max stake. So if they did only wanted to purchase 1 million tokens, which, let's see, right now I'm going to go to USTC. Let's see how much $100 buys you. So $100 buys you 2.6 million tokens at the current price. Which doesn't show the price here. It shows on another page, but that's what you could get for $100. Let's do $1. See how much you want it. You could get 26,000 for 100. Okay. So 40 bucks. Yeah. So for 40 bucks you get 1 million Axion. I forgot what my point was before. Shoot. Okay, so if somebody, like a new person, were to get into Axion and they didn't want to spend a lot of money, and but they wanted to use Accelerator because of these bonuses, it's not like my proposal and the other person who actually introduced this, his name is Shonoff. He's no longer in the project because he was unhappy about not getting, unhappy with what's happening with Axion and their type of feedback and responses from trying to help out. And he's not the only person. There's other people who are unhappy with the changes and how Axion is being run and what's happening with Axion. But he was the one who proposed that we should be max staking the Accelerator because of the inflation that's happening because of the Accelerator and previously the auction system. So, and he wants it based on the circulating supply of Axion. So if it were 50, so the circulating supply, so we're at 81 billion Axion. So if we were at 50 billion Axion or more in circulating supply, I think he wants it at max supply he wants the whole supply, he wants every stake in the Accelerator max staked in order to use Accelerator. And that number will gradually go down if we were at 40 billion as a sort of total supply, as a circuiting supply, then I think he would be willing to cut it down to, like, say 10 billion Axion. As a minimum stake length of 10 years. And then, if it were 25 billion as circulating supply, then maybe 5 billion Axion, a 5-year minimum stake length for the Accelerator, and so on. So we have good ideas in the community, and we just wish the team would seriously consider these ideas. And like this one, that idea that I mentioned, to force people to stake a max staked if they want to get into the Accelerator for the bonuses. Since the gas fees are so cheap on here, they could just, if they only wanted to spend $100 in total investment, and they could just spend $5 in the Accelerator and still make use of it, max stake it, and get the bonus that way. And then if they didn't want to spend the total amount in a max stake length, and wanted to stake it for a shorter length, with my proposal, because the only way, my proposal is just to max stake everything or have a minimum stake length of a max stake for all Accelerator purchases. The $100, subtract $5 from that, you still have $95 left over that you could just go to SushiSwap, buy it from there, and stake it as long as you want, because there's no, according to my idea, there's no minimum or maximum stake length for that. So it's still doable. And I wish the team would, take on more back and forth feedback from the community members, so we could have actual serious discussions and it wouldn't be considered fun. Because we're all adults here, and we should treat each other as adults and not be so scared that it's going to affect current investors and scare them out of their investments because they can't handle token price and dropping, despite it already dropping anyway. Even if we were angels and not even talking, I'm not even going to say negatively, but in a critical manner, or in a constructive critical manner, people even can't handle that. So the first thing is, like, do your own research, invest what you can only afford to lose, and then be an adult about it and take responsibility. If the investment goes downhill, you could still help your investment, like I'm trying to do. Okay, So I showed the dashboard section, and you can see the total Axion burned. Well, let me go here back. Staked for max shares, which is 49%, which is wonderful. Psychologically wonderful, but technically, like compared to Hex, we're not getting as much interest as we could because most of our supply is staked. We get 76% of total supply staked, and Hex only has about 10%, and that's how they give better interest rates for their stakers. And they have a smaller inflation, annual inflation rate as well. So they look good for the time being, but you still have to put heavy trust in, centralized ownership and one person holding that token. So there are competing projects that are trying to do something like that, but take it away from central ownership, which I just started getting involved with because I discovered recently, but only a small amount because I need to hear more from them. Staked for max shares, 49%. I had another proposal for that, but I'll maybe talk about that another time. And then total Axion burned. This is kind of sneaky or misleading. There is, with the this was introduced in August 2021 with the Axion testing initiatives, I believe, to have token burns. They do mitigate inflation from the accelerator, but people have this false impression that it's actually actually burning off the total supply. So the total supply is going up regardless because the net results of the accelerator it's always accelerating, even with this Axion token burn. Because of the bonuses, this 20% bonus, that's even if we had 100% buyback and burn from the accelerator buy-in stakes, right now it's 55% buyback and burn, and the current, the vote is going to go for 70% buyback and burn of the Axion token. You still have inflation because you still have this 375 million that's being offered for sale and contributing eventually to the inflation of the token. So my point is, even at 100% buyback and burn, which we just had for about a couple of weeks back in December or January, the net result is still inflation because you still have this 20% additional Axion that's offered, plus the and that includes the 5% Axion Diamond Stakes NFT bonus, and then the Collider NFT that represents actual 1% inflation of total inflation from I think this. So even if you went to 100% buyback and burn, you still have at least 20, let's say 20, make it 20% inflation overall because of these bonuses and the Collider. Anybody who wins through the Collider. And you can see right now that number, 37 billion, is basically about 10% of the total supply right now. And that gets sent to a dead address, which I'll click here, and that brings you to the dead address. And that's a dead address right here. Wait for this page to load up. If it loads up, maybe click refresh. Ah, shoot. Okay, so that's a dead address. That's Polygon's dead address. It's not just for Axion tokens. Any token can send their tokens to here. And we're sending there for deflationary mechanisms or mechanics or tactics That's the total amount burned, and I kind of use these numbers to see the type of activity for the daily activity for the dead address. And you can see there's very low amount of Axion that's got burned. It's not anywhere close to 375 million that got burned, or even 55% of that. So 375 divided by half is, let's say, 180. So it's not even close to 180 million burned. And you can see in these numbers, see this one right here, 13 days ago, almost half of that, almost half of 180 million. So yeah, we're only averaging about 10 to 30% Axion burn. Okay, so we already went through the dashboard, and you can see the latest news on the right side here. This is how the Collider looks like. Axion Collider, equip your Axion particle NFTs in the Axion Collider for a chance to fuse into new Axion tokens. If your particles fuse into Axion, it will be staked for the duration that you choose. Your Axion stake will behave just like a normal stake, including earning Bitcoin dividends, or divs for short, or enabling you to participate in Axion Launch, 1 year stakes and up. But that could be that could be changed to 5 year stakes and up. Actually, no, sorry, that's for voting. And not sure where the Collider is. Click that link. This is demo wallet, so if you had a particle NFT, it would show up here, and then you could just click on it, or drag and drop it into here, and then change the parameters by playing these around, and it'll say the number of particles and a chance of collision, which is 1 out of 25, 4% chance. And if you want to go to this page, or it should go to this page, which is the staking page, and it'll go right somewhere down here. There should be, if you had any stake, active stakes or previous stakes, it should show up in somewhere in this section down here. And your wrapped Bitcoin dividends will show in this section, which you can withdraw at any time by clicking this button, or you could go to the accelerator easily in one click with those divs, which some people do. I want the wrapped Bitcoin divs, so I don't. I just withdraw it to my wallet once in a while and leave it in my wallet and hoping Bitcoin comes, 10x's or 20x's, which is from this price point about 1 million per Bitcoin, which I think could happen since there's so little of it. Alright, so this is a staking webpage. Stake your Axion and earn revenue from the daily accelerator, as well as a guaranteed 8% APR. For creating a stake, your Axion tokens are burned in exchange for shares, which indicates your share in the distribution of dividends from the daily dividend pool. Yeah, so the shares keep on getting more expensive over time. But as long as you stake for 15-year lengths, you could still get the best. Or as long as you stake longer, you get better bonuses on your shares and better interest. So you don't necessarily have to worry about the share rate going up. That's just like a time marker, I guess. So here you could, if you have liquid Axion, you could come over here and put how much you want. So you can see right here that that's the minimum you can stake, I think, through the regular staking and through the accelerator. So the minimum amount you need is 50,000 Axion currently, which is only worth $1.92. And see, I'm going to put 1 day. So you could do 1 day for regular staking, and it's 120 days if you were using the accelerator. But you see, it doesn't qualify for any big paydays right now. The first big payday is over. That happened October 29th, 2021. The minimum stake length you need for a big payday is 350 days in order to qualify for any big paydays. And you can see big payday 2 is not qualified because I set it to 350 days and it crosses over this second big payday, which comes October 14th later this year. But if you see, if I just drop this down to 349, see what happens. See, now it no longer qualifies for this big payday number 2, even though it's going to cross over that. If I do create a 349-day stake, it won't qualify. According to Axion's terms, you have to have a minimum stake length of 350 days in order to qualify for any big payday stake. Even if it crosses over that stake, it has to be at least 350 days to qualify. So now you see that, and the end date for this stake is January 31st. So if it was 349 days, it would have been January 30th, 2023, and it would have easily crossed over that big payday, but it has to be at least 350 days to qualify. And so I'm going to do, what's 365 times 2? That's about 720. Let's do 720. See, now I qualify big payday 3, BPD for short. And I think 1080 is about 3 years. Yep. So that qualifies for big payday 4, which is September 2024. And so 365 times 5 is 1500. I'm going to say 1750 is about right. Yeah, so that's includes the remaining big paydays. Let me see if there's a graph over here that shows it. Yeah, right here. Or there's a visual chart. So the first big payday happened that paid out 5 billion to stakers. The next one is even larger at 7.5 billion, 10 billion for big payday 3, 12.5 billion for big payday 4. The last one is 15 billion. So if you add all these numbers up, it totals up to 50 billion Axion tokens to stakers. So many of my stakes are max stakes, and I'll be getting more Axion added to my interest, but I'll only be able to collect on when the stake matures in 15 years. Okay. I think that's it for that section. And this section will show that all the NFTs you hold, which is you could hold. It would be cool if there was a Axion NFT ecosystem button for the OpenSea here, but it's not shown. Okay, but it will show your OG 555 NFT, liquidity replenishment provider NFT, OG 100 million NFT, but only 4 or 5 people had that. Then the OG Polygon NFT, the Diamond Stake NFT, the Supernova NFT, and then the Particle NFTs. All of those, as long as it's under the same wallet that you have it under, it should be shown in there. And you got the launch button. So you can see the KYC status for your wallet if and then you apply for it over here, and it's provided by Securitants, which was our first Axion Launch partner, and they provided an airdrop to people who had max stakes or qualifying stakes at that time, and I had a wallet that qualified, so I got some of the airdrop. There's the current launch partner. There's only 1 day and 22 hours left. There's the previous launch partners. So Axion has a very good launch pad, and I heard from one of the other members at Crypto Casino, he makes a lot of videos for Axion and other investments he's involved with, and he makes a focus on the launch pads more so than another person named Superman Axion Token. He makes a lot of videos for Axion almost daily, and he used to do it daily for about a year or so, and lately he cut back on that, but he still makes a lot of videos, and he has a lot of people, subscribers. So does Crypto Casino, but Crypto Casino in particular makes videos for our launch partners, does updates occasionally for them too, and he was the one who said that he's familiar with other launchpads, and according to him, he says Axion has a very cheap launchpad compared to other ones, and he makes a point of pointing out this is one of the bright sides, or has upsides for Axion, is their launchpad, and I concur with him on that one. And the developers at Axion, they came out with the pledge engine over here. So I'm going to read the description. The table below will show any projects that are currently loaded into the Axion pledge engine. For each project, it will inform you of your allocation based on your connected wallet. So I don't have anything for this. I don't think so. Maybe I have the wrong wallet connected, but oh well. You can see how the pledging is going for the Legion network, the current Axion launch partner right now. They're coming out with a mobile app, with an NFT, with a lot of stuff all in one app. So NFTs, metaverse. You can check them out. And right now we've got about 22% of it sold. And you can see it's still open, and you can see how much you qualify for with the connected wallet. So I don't have anything qualified. If I have the right wallet connected, or even if I didn't, I don't have a qualifying stake for this partner. They have a minimum of 5 million, 5 million staked in one stake. I don't have any stake like that. I have a total of, over 10 million Axion stake, but not in all in one stake like that, and it's in more than one wallet. Alright, so this is something that I don't think the other launchpads have, so this makes it easier for launchpads to launch through us, and for our Axion team to provide launchpads, because it alleviates the workload for them instead of doing it manually. Now it's more automated through this pledge engine, and then the vesting engine as well. So if any projects launch through Axion Launch and they don't want to give the tokens right away, they want to just give it out in small amounts over time, they could use the Axion vesting engine and distribute it out however they agree to, like maybe 10% for the first month, 15% second month, third month, another 15%, and going on and on until 100% is dished out. So let me read this description. The table below shows any tokens that are currently vesting for the connected address. Yeah. If you participated in the launch on the Ethereum network, please use the drop down to change your network. Yeah, so we launched a few tokens on Ethereum, so those will be listed on Ethereum, and the ones that lost on Polygon will be listed on Polygon. If we do it for other chains, because I think we could do it for any chain, they'll be listed on there too, and you just switch to that. So the the Axion vesting engine, the pledge engine, and the launchpad itself are a trifecta that could really make Axion itself successful just by going the launchpad route. And we could still fix, in my view, I think it needs fixing the staking system. or at least make improvements to it, so we could get better interest again. And yeah, I think Axion can do well in the future as long as we have people that still care about the project and making it successful, and which we still do, despite the project price not doing so well. Things can still turn around. So you got links for the Telegram, Discord, Twitter, and YouTube down here. Okay. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to go back to the main page. Go to the home page. I'm going to try to find a link for OpenSea. Don't see it here. Okay, I think I'm going to go to Discord, check the links section here. Oh, you can see they're doing the Twitter raid or social raid right now. That's at this time around my time, around 2:30, they do the social raids over here. I'm missing out because I'm making this video. And they're in this section, Twitter raids. They're currently going over this to try to get word out. And they're doing this daily as a promotion, or I'm trying to help out Axion. Okay, I'm gotta go links. See if I can find OpenSea link here. Github, Discord, live chart, Twitter, Reddit. That's interesting. I do not see that here. So I guess I'll have to let the team know about that. Maybe if I go to Collider. Yeah, you can find a link over here for the Collider again. And then from there, we already looked through the Collider. I'm going to try to look for Axion, see what comes up. 6 items for this one. This should be it, I think. I don't think it's this one. 150 items. We're on Polygon, 6 items. I'll check this one. I think this is it. $1,600 owners, 20 ETH volume. Yeah, this should be it. Okay, so this is the official OpenSea website for the Axion NFT ecosystem. It's at OpenSea.io/collection/Axion NFT-ecosystem, and you'll get to this webpage. This should be the official Axion NFT ecosystem page. Please be aware of scam sites because they might trick you and have a similar looking site up and trick you and take all your money from your wallet if you go to the wrong site. So be careful that you go to the correct site. Alright, so you got the Axion Diamond Stakes NFT here, Polygon OG 2.555 million, and Supernova, and the other OG 555. Just wanted to show you that, the activity. So you can see the latest activity here, 20 hours ago, 2 days ago, 4 days ago, 7 days ago. So there's some activity going on and happening in the system. I have the Axion OG Polygon NFT. So somebody bought that for 156. I wanted to get this, but it's the OG 5555, but it's too much out of my price range. Supernova is definitely out of my price range. Axion Diamond NFT, yeah. So some of small investors out of my price range, even though that's pretty good price compared to what people were paying before. Yeah. And I already bought a lot of my Axion with my fee, what I could afford to lose early on, so I'm trying to save my dry powder for if I want to buy more Axion with token of exchanges to my liking, and then later on. Okay, I gotta go. Axion.Network. Back to here and click support. This brings up a new tab or web page. There is no dark mode on this page, but I hope it's not too hard to do that. And I request that this be in dark mode too, just like the other websites are now. So you can look for help over here by typing in keywords, or you can just glance through here and get help. This is somewhat comprehensive, and I wish community members could contribute to this section. It seems like only team members are able to upload or publish help articles on here. So this website is support.axion.network, and it also has the 24/7 help one over here. But like I said before, it's more like 18/7 hours. They're available on the weekends too, but for my nighttime, not really many people are available, or hardly anybody is available because they're asleep. So that's about like 6 to 8 hours out of the day that really nobody's really available, and even the community is mostly asleep at that time. So a lot of the active people are from the USA and Europe. Still got people from Australia too, and that part of the world, but yeah. So you got the basics. What is Axion? Where can I buy it? There's 12 articles in there by Pullen, Destroyer, some greenish guy, and one other person. So you can see one is Axion. Click on there. That's from Call Me Jace. He's working on Warp On now because he's a creative person, an artist, and there wasn't much work needed to be done. But the Galaxy NFT procedural NFT stakes could have been finished off. Other than that, yeah, he did a lot of hard work for Axion, and I'm hoping to support them in Warp Bond, even though I'm not heavily invested in that at all. Where and how do I buy Axion? Written by Pullen. Learn the basics on how to purchase and store Axion, which wallets I can use. Is Axion a safe investment? Written by Destroyer. He's a moderator on Discord. Maybe helps out with Telegram too, I'm not familiar. What is Axion Launch? By Joel. Some greenish guy. He's a moderator slash developer. He actually does front-end development, so he does the user interface and user experience. That's what a front-end developer does. What you guys actually see. So he might have been involved with this website. He has his own website called Axion Stats.info. But I don't think he keeps that up to date anymore. Because he has a lot of work with work bonds and official duties as a developer for Axion. So he has the Axion card with Connect Financial. Yeah, I seen him in there. I think he helps out with Connect Financial. Security measures on Axion platform. Using Axion, the disclaimer and the glossary. Then the white paper, which is not up to date yet. Basic tutorials by Pullen. By Pullen, he also has a YouTube tutorial series on Axion Official on YouTube. So this is a written one. Learn how to install a browser extension and create your first wallet with setting up MetaMask. And then buying Axion on SushiSwap. So that's for the basic section. And like I said, you could just type in keywords and you probably could find things that way too. Just like with search engines. You got a staking section that has 8 articles. These are written by all team members. So what is staking? Estimate your staking returns. Staking tutorials. Tutorial on staking Axion. Another tutorial following your investment. Learn how to track the progress of your investment. And another tutorial withdrawing your Bitcoin dividends, because that's withdrawable at any time if you're a staker. A staking FAQ section. Early withdrawals. What does the share rate mean? What is the staker share percentage? That's written by Ermagerd or Andreas. He's a moderator as well. Pullen is a core team member. Call Me Chase is a core team member. Go back to the main page. The DAO voting has 5 articles. What is a DAO and how can I vote? Balancing Axion auctions, that's expired, not applicable. Because we have the Accelerator replace the auctions, and you can see this is from May 29th. So, and the Accelerator came at the beginning of September last year. Auction token distribution, capping of auctions, event, your shares, your voice. Yeah, so these are not applicable, but eventually, this is what I mean. Like maybe community members could help out the team by limiting their workload by doing stuff like this, or even higher level stuff. Anything really. 3 articles for Discord. Join us on the Discord. Discord tipping. Discord role verification. Yeah, you can sign up if you have enough tokens. You could join the special clubs for dolphin, shark, or whales. And if you hold the OG 555 NFT or OG Polygon NFTs, there's special exclusive rooms, chat rooms for those too. And tipping, that's a special feature in Axion Discord. Can't do that in the Axion Telegram. You could tip each other in Axion tokens. Frequently asked questions, 11 articles in there. How to set up a Ledger Nano S. That's the popular video that Pullen made that got 100,000 views and a lot of comments. Draws eyes to Axion, hopefully. Buying Axion. Does Axion plan to be listed on major exchanges? This is written by Justluce, who's a moderator / developer. He made the bots for Axion Discord, and I think he made the Axion.Money website, which I'm going to try to show quickly right now. I might as well, since I just mentioned him. Axion.Money. I believe Justluce made this website. And there's links to go to the main information site here. How to buy Axion, the staking portal, social media links for Discord, Twitter, and Telegram. And it shows you how, if you buy $100 of Axion now and it overtakes Binance Coin, you would have 1,809,000 of Axion, and that's how much it'd be worth if it were to overtake BNB, which is a huge ask. So that's BNB is worth 72 billion and Axion is only worth 30 million, I think, right now. And then we go to the next one. So if you just hover over these, you see how it changes. So Cardano is 35 billion. So it'll be 873 million. But you got the idea for these popular tokens that people invest in. And this is more closer to us. SushiSwap is at 65 million, so that's roughly double. And roughly double. You'd have 1,615. And this is a SushiSwap, according to this, is 65 million market cap. So I guess I'm wrong about the market cap, according to this website. So this, let's see, SushiSwap, that's roughly 16 times the initial investment of $100. So if you go down 16x from 65 million, so that's 6 million. So let's make that 4.5 million as Axion's market cap. Not financial advice, do your own research. Yep, do your own research and gain your own confidence and trust your own judgments. And this is financial advice for me. Don't invest more than you can afford to lose, because this is a risky investment in any crypto, including Bitcoin. But fiat itself is also risky and holding, as you know, it's depreciating in value from hyperinflation or inflation in general. And stocks, real estate, gold, precious metals, the other stuff is also risky as well, but crypto especially, because there's scams and it's unregulated. So because it's unregulated, people could get away with scamming other people easily if you don't do your own research. Even if you do your own research, it's still easier to get away with, because you don't have recourse to get your money back. You can't. I don't think you can sue the other person, because other people would just remain anonymous, and you have that in Axion as well. People choose to be private and anonymous, and others, not all Axion team members are like that. I myself, I'm just a regular investor. I didn't disclose my identification or real name yet, and probably won't. But if you're a team member, I would hope you would do that. Okay, so that's it for Justluce's webpage, Axion.Money. I wanted to show you that while we were here on the Knowledgebase website, because he contributed an article to there, and he also did how do I reduce my gas fees, which I think is available or applicable for when we were on Ethereum and gas mattered more. But the same techniques could be applied to Polygon too, especially for non-time sensitive transactions. MetaMask, how to wrap Bitcoin to your MetaMask. MetaMask shows less wrap Bitcoin than I expected. Pullen explains why that's the case. Voting, what does a DAO mean? That's written by Ermagerd. NFT section, what NFTs are available from Axion and what are they for? And then fundamental section is Axion and security, written by Joel. You should check that out. Other networks, add Polygon Network to MetaMask. How to add BSC to MetaMask. That was applied because we got the Sleepy Soft airdrop or Axion Launch for that, and they were located on Binance Smart Chain, and I still are at that time. So that's FAQ section, frequently asked questions, and troubleshooting section has 4 articles. Get help with live chats, how to access our live chat service and open a support ticket, which is this help button right here. Click on that to show you. So you can see there's 3 people at Arena in the back, because I can tell who's out there just by the picture. Oh, and then that's at Arena, then McMarty and Eskimo. So those 3 are available. It says available under 1 minute, but a lot of times I had to wait half a day at least to get a response, and sometimes a day or 2 later. And even to get a resolvement, it took me, for certain cases, a long time, because a team is busy with their other project, and some of the team are also working on other crypto projects in their Discord as moderators as well. Okay, so you could also read an article for my wallet won't connect, and how to get help with that. How do I convert my Hex2T or Hex3T to Axion? I think that could still be applicable. I don't know if that's still available on the website. Yeah, actually it is. Dang. Yeah, I'm gonna show that. I'm gonna have to eat lunch soon, but I have a tendency to just keep on going through Portal. So we're at the stake.axion.network site. I'm gonna try to look for this under, let it load up. Maybe under our utilities. Okay, yeah, under tools. And here's a quick, easy way to add the Axion token by just clicking on this. And I'll add the network for you automatically too, and it adds a recommended RPC as well, if you don't already have it in your MetaMask wallet. Voting support, I guess it's not here. So these are the community sites over here: Axion Stats and Axion Today. Voting system, support a knowledge base, which is what I'm going to go back to, and the Axion calculator. Alright, it didn't have the other thing I was thinking of. Alright, go back here, and then how to cancel a stuck and pending transaction. Yeah, so there's useful stuff on this knowledge base website. Go back to the main start page for this, and you can see the additional links at the bottom. It doesn't show up clearly because it blends in with the white background, but you can see the Axion support logo here, and the staking portal connection, Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. I help out with Reddit on there as Prana or Distant124. You can sign up for the newsletter. More of the same links here. Okay, that's it for that. Yeah. Okay, guys, I want to take a look at the community or fan websites that are available. On the official staking websites, and you can find this by going to stake.axion.network. That's the website address, and this should pop up. Once it finishes loading, you could go to the left side here, and I think you click on utilities. Yeah, and then under utilities, you click on tools. And just want to let you know, if you haven't added the Axion token to your MetaMask wallet, you could, and you haven't added the Polygon blockchain as one of your networks under MetaMask, you can just click on this to make it easier, and it should add the Axion token and the Polygon blockchain to your MetaMask, so you can connect to the right RPC, which is what happens when you click on this link, and you'll see any liquid tokens you have on that wallet, if you have any. Alright, now I want to show you the Axion stat info page. Alright, that's not working right now. I think some green guy is the person who owns that, runs it. I think he actually took it down, so maybe that needs to be updated. So the next one is Axion Today. This should be still running. This video is made February 15th, 2022, just to let you guys know. Curiosity in the ecosystem, but I stopped really tracking that a couple months ago. So if you connect your wallet, you don't really have to connect it. You could just type it in manually and then have it set, and you don't have to keep on coming back and forth to reconnect. But you can see the total staked here, liquid supply, total supply. The stats are slightly different from here and compared to the official dashboard, which I'll show here. So you can see the total supply here is 334. With Axion Today, it shows as 360 billion, so it's slightly off. And then you can see liquid here, which excludes the dev wallet, is 107 billion. And if you go to here, it shows the circulating supply should be liquid supply, and that's 82 billion here. So you should go according to the official stats and just use the Axion Today app as a complementary page, but not the official stats. You could get a general idea, but don't take it as official, because it's not an official site, it's just a community website. But it has additional stats that are useful and informative, like this. You can see the average stake length is 2,985 days, and the average stake size is 7.47 million right now, and there's a total amount of stakes. It's 333,000 staked, and crypto rank ranked 649 right now, and market cap according to Axion Today app is 43 million, and the share rate is 1.24, which it keeps on going up, never down. Okay. Maybe I do have one of my wallets connected. Okay. You can see the current price. Sometimes it doesn't update properly, but that's close to the current price. Current price of Bitcoin and Ethereum, which is basically right. That's, yeah, there's a more updated price there. So this is not very accurate because the price goes up and down, and this shows as for the past 96 hours at the same price, so that's not correct. So Axion performance the last 24 hours. So yeah, this is probably not correct information. It might not be updated correctly, and same for these sections as well. So it shows as 20,000 active users, no new users for the past day, none for the last week, and none for the last month, so that doesn't seem right. It should have at least one for the past month. Twitter, or I think so, unless it's capturing people leaving the ecosystem as well, so that could be the case. And Twitter, 60,000, So 100 new people for Axion Twitter, which is pretty good. 1.2% increase over a week. In a month, 720 new, so 4.5% increase. And 15,402 users, active users. 15,009. That's curious. So the number drops if I do a 1 month. So maybe 1 month ago, it was at 15,000. So let's see this 1 month. That number didn't change for that one. All right. The Discord number is 12,878. Let's go 1. No new users. No new users for that. So yeah. So these numbers could be very off, and don't think these numbers are correct. So one day, like 5 users on Telegram left, according to this, I think. Active users 5,600. 1 week, 13 users left. 5,661. Week. Yeah, so maybe Telegram is losing some users. 5,761 for 1 month. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, these other pages had links to the official sites here. What is that? The Axion contracts of this, Discord, Twitter, Telegram, and the main info site. You can subscribe to the Axion Today newsletter, which is, I think this is what this is. You could get their app on your phone at the Google Play if you have an Android, or on the Apple App Store if you have an iPhone. Here's the Axion Today, their links. So they have their own YouTube channel. They no longer do shows because they felt they didn't want to be sued and felt they were under legal trouble. So that's their reason why they decided to stop. Or that's their reason that they issue publicly. They have a Facebook page. There's a Twitter, Instagram, podcast, and Apple, and that's the email again. Alright, no, I don't think I did. So it says volume. I think that's about right. Only 4,000 daily volume. Diluted market cap of 14,000, and market cap 14 million diluted market cap. That's because of the stakes. And then 4 million market cap. So I think Justluce's website, that Axion.Money, is pulling similar stats like this, where I calculated that it was the actual market cap. I guess this is for circulating supply, is 4.6 million. So I guess he's calculating on getting that number from the liquidity pair on SushiSwap. And the all-time price we had was March 11th, which is when Bitcoin launched, at 0.0076. So we're at least 10 maybe 15x away from that price, from the all-time high. I didn't buy anything around then, but the most I bought, the max price I bought was at 0.004 because of the OG Polygon NFT at $250 worth. So I'm not happy about that, but I gotta work for it, and I gotta help my investment by trying to do stuff like this and convey my messages to the team and try to work with them if they will work with me. View in detail. Yeah, so it links to the Dextools page. This is another way to check the price chart and see what how Axion is doing. You can see the current price is $0.3854. And you can see the price action here. I have it set to daily. Yeah, see, you can zoom out, and this is from the launch. We launched on October. Yeah, I got a small computer screen, so it might look differently on yours, but we launched on October 19th, which is correct on this Dextools price chart. And you can see we pumped to like all the way up to, let's show this so you can see it better, up to at the top of that wick point, 00053, and then I bought it around 00043 for that OG Polygon FT, and then let's see, about a week later went down to 00003, and then 2 weeks later it went to 00016. Then by the time Thanksgiving came around, it went below 0001. And, you know, you can see by this price chart, it's continually going down, but it's rounding. Like, it's not going as heavily as the beginning right here when we migrated. And I don't know if this is considered price discovery, but yeah, there's lower sentiment right now. People are unhappy, but nonetheless, we're still developing and still a young project, and things can change around. And you could view this as a buying opportunity to get cheap Axion. I already bought some over at these price points, not as much as I spent in fiat in there earlier, but I still bought some. And I'm, like I said before, I'm looking for tokenomics changes and other changes that will fit my liking, so I have more confidence and staking side of things. The launchpad, I see upside in that, but I want the staking side as well to be so I have confidence in that. So you can see the information here. There's 200,000 worth of liquidity, daily volume 4,500 like we saw in the Axion Today app. Market cap 3,100,000, 12,000 holders. I think that's for the liquid Axion. 2.64 billion pooled Axion, and that's paired with 32.7 ETH. Circulating supply 82 billion. That's a liquid. And 1 ETH could get you 80 million Axion right now. Total transactions since we migrated to Polygon is 51,000 transactions, and you can see the latest trades over here, buys and sells. Okay. Going back to here, I'm going to go to the overview tabs. Okay, you can see the big payday allotments over here, and when they're due, the amount of Bitcoin that got paid out, and it shows that it started March 12th. That's similar to the official Axion staking website. They show this information as well. The amount of Axion in the max shares club or max stake club, which is 5,555 days. That's 49% of the total supply here. You see the share rate, which always goes up. Let's see, there's 750 billion total shares in the ecosystem, and I think that number keeps on inflating. I don't know if that eventually starts going down after a while, but that's out of my smarts or expertise or knowledge. And you can see you have 240 days until the next big payday, which is big payday 2. And it's been 459 days ago since we launched our mainnet, which was in November 2020. And today is February 15th, 2022. And this is an interesting information here. You could have seen something like this on Axion Stats.info, but I think some green guy, he runs that page, and I think he decided to take it off because he wasn't keeping up with it, and he's spending his time working on other stuff. So the league distribution, this is just for people who are staking. It's not counting liquid tokens. I'm going to click on that, and this gives you a description of what you need to qualify for each level. So there's nobody that's a crack and that has 10% of total shares. Where there are people that are whales, that means they have at least 1% of the total shares. Sharks and the Axion Today app have at least 1/10 of 1%. Dolphins have 1/100th of 1% of the total shares. Fish, going down. Crab, shrimp. So I'm in around the fish league, and you can see their staking activity and the behavior. So the average duration for people like a whale, there's only about 10 whales according to the Axion Today metrics and how they measure things. They measure in shares, not in tokens. So the average stake duration for a whale is 10.6 years, and they own 110 billion Axion shares, which represents 15.6% of total shares. The next class is the sharks at 170 of them, or wallets that are considered that qualify for those conditions, and they have an average duration of 12.76, which is a 25% increase of the whale staking behavior, stake length behavior, and they have about make the 300 billion shares, and they make the largest share percentage of 42.42%. So they make up roughly 3 times the amount of staking shares as the whales, but they 170 wallets versus 10, so that's a 17x difference. And then the next popular one are the dolphins. There's about 1,046 wallets that are considered dolphin status for staking, and they have an average stake length of 11.77 years. They have a combined about 200 billion shares and about 29% of the total share percentage, which is about twice the whales. And the fish, which is the one I belong to, has 3,428 wallets, addresses that qualify for that, and they have an average stake length of 9.36 years, which I'm way above. I'm closer to 13, but it's been dropping because my the way I see that, how the system is actually set up, and the fish holds 78 billion shares, and they hold about 11% of the staking percentage. Staking percentage. Stake shares percentage, I think that's what you call it. So they're almost kind of relating to whale behavior and stake length and amount of shares. And you can see the crabs and shrimp. And a lot of these these accounts over here, especially for the fish, crab, and shrimp, are old referral wallets. Back when we had a referral program, and they could also be just smaller wallets for other users in the bigger leagues like whales, sharks, or dolphins. And more links right here in the bottom that we already covered. This isn't my wallet, somebody else's. I thought it was mine at first because I have similar wallets. Or one of my wallets, it has similar amounts like this, but this is not mine. And So you can see this wallet has 2,200,000 staked, nothing liquid. And they max staked it. Their percentage of total shares is 0.001%, and they're the fish level like me. The average stake length is 8.18 years, which is outstanding. No other token comes close to having that kind of stake length. I think Hex is around 6 years, and they're climbing up. Kind of like Hex too. I'm diversified. I came from Hex shortly before Axion. I got into Hex October 2020, and Axion the next month. Yep. And then Wise, which is another project that came off of Hex's idea, only has about 2 or 3 years stake length on average. So, but this particular wallet, you can see these interesting stats. 8 million shares owned. Average Axion shares owned is 20 million or 21 million shares. Axion staked is 2 million. That's for this wallet. And then the average one is 7.48 million average. So I'm closer to this person who's staked. My average is probably closer to 2 million or 1 million because I have much smaller stakes than that. But I have a few that's around 2 million. And then total stakes is 253 billion here. The grand totals. Yeah. So you can see for this wallet, that person. Alright, so it already switched over, recycled or reset to the next daily distribution. So that only happened like 15 minutes ago. It's around 3:30 my time, and around my time the amount of Axion tokens that are available through the accelerator gets reset to around 3:20 my time, which is around New York City. So if it weren't reset, you'll probably see a few pennies here. I don't know if this, let's see, all time 82 cents in Bitcoin dividends withdrawn. So this person never withdrew, and available 82 cents. So let's see when he created these stakes. He or she created these stakes. So started at November 23rd, December 27th last year, and then January 16th. So this is a fairly new wallet, a new account. And they seem to be all max staked because they all end in 2037, which is about 15 years from now. Yeah, it actually is max staked because it says right here, the average stake length for this wallet is, for this wallet right here, CFFA is, where am I? 15.22 years. That's the maximum. That's 5,555 days. And so that's been, you got December, January, and we're middle of February. So that's about 2.5 months. And that's a 2 million, 1 million plus 1 million plus this. So rounded out to like 2.2 million, I guess as above. And I'm going to say the average between these three is, he basically started December, so rounded to 2 months that he's been down, he or she has been staked, and he only got 82 cents for that and wrapped Bitcoin dividends during that time frame for 2.2 million Axion stakes. So you can see that's not that much Bitcoin that you could get, and it's just a bonus, and especially with the tokenomics changes made back in August. It's just been 100, and trying to be more clear. staking Axion for long, and if you're expecting Bitcoin dividends, expect not too much unless more changes are made to the system. And this is the page that a lot of people like to go for. This is activities page, which is the last tab. So you can see the latest activity for staking, I believe. I don't think this doesn't show the sells or buys and sells in Axion. It's just the staking activity and accelerator action. So you can see a new stake was created for 355 days for 409 staked Axion. I think these two are related to each other, or maybe not. Okay. And this one went through the accelerator. Buyback burn. So I think this is the actual amount that got burned, but the actual amount that got, it says Axion bought back and burned. So the actual amount that they put into the accelerator is more than this. So they probably put like close to 400,000 Axion. Oh, actually, these two are related. See, look, this is 355 days and this is 355 days. But it shows like a 5-minute difference. That's what threw me off. So the original amount that they bought was 409,000, but of that, 220,000 got bought and burned of Axion. And then this much got paid to stakers, $4.64 spread to all stakers in Axion. So I didn't even get a penny out of that because there's a lot more, people staking, and I'm a small staker, so mine wouldn't even be a penny for that. But it adds up over time. And Bitcoin, as long as you don't sell Bitcoin and just hold it, which is key to a lot of these cryptocurrencies, especially Bitcoin, because it has the staying power. It's been around the longest. It could, even though it has less room to grow, in one view, or even has a lot more room to grow if you view it another way. There's only 21 million Bitcoin available, supposedly, and since there's so few available and it has a limited supply, and as long as people keep on adopting and accepting it and keep on using it, just like fiat, just like the US dollar, it could keep, the thing that's going for it is it doesn't keep on inflating like fiat does, and that's why Bitcoin came out. As long as it doesn't keep on inflating like Axion does, that's its main driving incentive and selling point. And now it's a store of value because it's too hard to transact, and it costs too much to just transact, and takes too much time to transact unless you're using the Lightning Network. But my point is that if you just hold Bitcoin, it could go up to $1 million per Bitcoin. Right now it's around $40,000 per Bitcoin. They say some people think it could drop all the way down to 20,000 or 10,000 Bitcoin again, because it's so volatile, the cryptocurrency industry. And big bag and early bag holders who got a lot of Bitcoin, have a lot of power over the token supply, so they could form forces and manipulate things just like in other markets, like OPEC with oil, companies in the Middle East, and anybody who takes over controlling power or has a significant portion of the control of the supply. The same thing could be done with Bitcoin, so they could, rock us around if they want to do, and they probably are doing that. And so you just hold on for dear life, which is what HODL stands for, or hold, and just keep on holding despite what anybody else says, and only invest what you can afford to lose. So you can see something else just came up, a 1-day stake for 4 million, and that was just completed. Okay, so that just shows it was completed. Yeah, some people don't want to stake for long, and they're just looking for the interest. rather than just keeping it liquid. And since the gas fees are so cheap, they could do that, just create 1-day stakes. I was doing that for a few days. Once we migrated to Polygon, I was just doing 5-day stakes at a time because I just wanted to keep it liquid. But then I was hoping for the price to go up to 0.007 and beat the all-time high, which is that was all-time high, and go to at least 1/10 of a penny, but that didn't happen. We had traders just pumping the price before we migrated to Polygon. I think that's what happened, and then I think the same people just dumped it. So once I saw that happening, I knew what the previous price was. I ended up selling my liquid slowly before it dropped down to below 0.001. I saw the writing, and I don't want to be holding the bags when I saw other people, just selling it like that, and I always go rebuy later, which is what I'm planning to do, and which is what I did anyway, but not as much as I sold, but a little bit enough. Yeah, so you can see completed stakes, 126 million. They only did it for 3 days, but that's a lot of money, and that's a strategy to do, just a short stake, because there's no minimum stake length. But I would like to see, since we are labeled a CD token or certificate of deposit token, that it should be more according to their standards. So I think the minimum CD time length or stake length or deposit length is maybe 90 days, 120 days or 180 days. Make it 180 days for any stake. It's just a thought out there, but having a 1-day minimum really should be much longer than that. It should be at least talked about 30 days, I think. Because, if you factor in the risk in being in cryptocurrency, the price could change from day to day, so I could understand why there would be concern and allow for that. But at the same time, we're a staking token, so they should have more skin in the game than just 1 day. So we see cashing out. Somebody withdrew their liquid Bitcoin, only 47 cents. Maybe they felt like trying it out. Early on stake penalties. So in Axion, if you don't let your stake mature on time and withdraw early, you get penalties. So it says served 120 days, but the term was supposed to be 120 days. So let's see what the penalty is. They withdraw 117,000, but the principal is 886, and the penalty is 382. So I don't think they did it properly, or maybe this is showing wrong. So if they waited until it showed on the staking page that it had actually matured, and it should have gone to a separate section saying it's completed or matured stakes. If they didn't wait until that was actually completed, because maybe they have to wait a few more hours, because this actually goes according to the actual hour and even minute you staked. But even then, so like if you staked at 8 a.m. in the morning when you originally staked this in the beginning, and then you wait on the last stage for maturity, and you get up early at 6 a.m. and you want to unstake it then, thinking that you could just unstake any time during that day. That's not the case. You have to wait until the same exact time that you created the stake. And it's better to wait even 2 or 3 hours afterwards and make sure it's actually successfully fully completed, and it goes into the next section on the staking website where it should show it as a matured stake or completed stake section. You can see somebody upgraded their stake for anything that's up to 5 years, like 1,800 days or something like that. I don't remember the exact amount of days. If you created any stake shorter than 5 years roughly, then you have the ability to max stake it so you could get better interest. But you can't just pick like 6, 7, 8, 10.5 years or whatever. It's either max stakes or not. So this person decided to max stake their amount, and this could be worth a lot of money in the future if we make it happen or work towards that. This is a Collider activity. Somebody got a 4x and somebody had a 2x. They put it through the Collider and see they didn't win anything. More accelerator activity. So somebody did a max stake, and these two are related right here. So they spent $14, almost $15, and got 381,000 of Axion. 172 got burned, bought back and burned. This was paid out to stakers, $3.63. More early on stake penalties. Another failure. I'm going to see if there's any wins over here. 700 days. So this doesn't show a penalty here, but they got withdrawn 736, but the original was 1 million, so maybe these are not right and not updated properly. Come on, Collider, failure. Cash out $35. Alright, I don't think I found any successful collisions. Well, you could also see that on the Discord page. Justluce made a bot that'll show any successful collisions and advertise it to show that it's actually working and make people happy on the Discord. So I'm going to go back to the main information website. So we already went through all of these on the top. The Axion Portal, which is the official staking website, the support site. Go to the bottom. Let's go to the voting website, see if what pops up for that. Okay, so I don't know if this is actually working right now, but these are the previous votes that happened. You can check that out. And the results too. I don't know if that's still active. Go back here. Yeah, the white paper is not updated yet. You see the brand guide. I already showed you the Dextools. I'm going to go Coingecko. You can see the listing here. You can add the token easily from here as well, and manually do it by copying the address and setting as a custom token in your MetaMask. You can add it to your favorites after you create an account with Coingecko, and the same thing can be done for CoinMarketCap. You could use this to find out how much Axion you could get if you spend $100 today. You could get 2,590,000 Bitcoin. Axion today if you spend $100. And there's the main information website link white paper, but needs to be updated. Polygonscan.com, Reddit, Twitter, Telegram, Discord, GitHub, where the codes are at, contracts are at, API ID, you can see the price action here, price chart, stock max. Oh, looks like you got everything going back to mainnet launch. You can see the all-time high here. This all-time low is not correct because we had to issue a new contract over here. Once the current dev team found out there's an exploit in the original contract, they didn't make that original contract, but so they just inherited it and they found out there was a problem with it, so they had to go to a version 2. So they just paused the contracts and transferred it over to the new one. So this all-time low is not correct, even though that could be the actual correct price for the pre-sale on all-time low for that. Let me see this. That's 5 zeros. Yeah, add another zero, and that could have been the beginning price of Axion for the first few wallets. I already voted over here, but you could click the up, give the thumbs up to give the daily review or score, so you could help Axion out that way. And you can see, you could I don't know if this is actually correct, but there's not much liquidity in the wrapped Matic Axion pair, but this is where the liquidity is in the wrapped ETH Axion pair on SushiSwap. SushiSwap on Polygon. Maybe somebody else created this wrapped Matic Axion pair. I think anybody could create that. Yeah. So that's the Coingecko link and showing CoinMarketCap. Axion. I like CoinMarketCap better, even though they're not doing well for some projects, and by putting them further down the list, but I still like the information available on their site. Here you can see the contract address here, 23D9, that's correct address, or ending in those numbers. You can add a MetaMask easily through here and do it manually with this by clicking that button, and copies this whole address. You can manually custom add it. There's the price chart, click all. Same thing with Coingecko. And I think this recently came out where you could leave comments. And here I'm gonna show you how to do this. So every 24 hours you could just leave a like or even bad, but it depends on how you feel. So I try to help out Axion. I'm gonna click 100% up, and you get to do this once every 24 hours. And like with Coingecko, you could add it to your favorites, and that also helps bring awareness, because it's tracked how many people are actually have that in their watch list. So it says over here 8,522 wallets, or 22 accounts have this in their watch list as well, if I'm understanding that correctly, and the rank is 6,577 according to CoinMarketCap. So this is different from Coingecko, which they have it ranked. Where is the ranking for this? There, market cap rank is 648, and yeah, 650 here. But where's the total tokens? I'm gonna see if I can see the total amount of I'm pretty sure there's over 10,000, and I saw that number somewhere. Okay, so 12,588 number of coins. That's number tokens and coins all in one, I think. So according to Coingecko, Axion is number 650 out of all of that, I think. But this has a totally completely different number for CoinMarketCap. They listed Axion as 6,577, and I don't know what they're ranking. Let's go to beginning and try to see how many tokens they have it listed. So there's 9,367 according to this total tokens that they have listed on CoinMarketCap. That's interesting. So according to that ranking system, I don't know how that works. We're only 6,000 something out of 9,000 something. So we're close to the bottom third. I have to take a look at this later if I want to spend time on it, but that's drastically different from Coingecko's listing, ranking system, or how they listed it. So they have it listed, Axion at 650, and I'm not sure what that number represents and if it's out of the total number of coins. But that's it for that. Go back to the bottom. Calculator today, Discord chat, show you that. Show you the GitHub. That's how that looks like. You could take a look through these. And you could go to Polygonscan.com and look at the official Axion contract. I think ending in 23D9, and you could view the code on there as well, I think. I'm going to click on Axion, Twitter. This is how the official Axion Network Twitter account is. It's got 16.7 thousand followers as of today, February 15th, 2022. That's the latest tweet. I'm going to click like and retweet. Stake Axion, earn Bitcoin. When particles collide, you get free Bitcoin. Like and retweet that. Axion produces a lot of tweets, so it's hard to catch up. Yeah, see, I'm already caught up now, but I'm gonna have to. I don't have to, but I'm trying to help Axion. I'm gonna leave a comment later. Just not right now. But that's another way you can help your investments by just liking, retweeting. You could do a quote tweet also. Leaving a comment and replying and following over here Axion. I want to show you the Discord. I mean, not the Discord, the Reddit. Okay, this is how the Reddit page looks like. It's got about 585 members. It's not very active, but for me, I like low activity and it's more manageable for me, less stressful. So there isn't much going on, but I just post updates, copy and paste them from the official accounts and bring them over here. So you can see a message from Joel, call me Jace. He's a public face of Axion. Maybe not anymore currently, since he's working on work bonds, but he did a lot of work for Axion as their creative director and visual graphics special effects artist. So you can see previous posts over here. Prana Aum, that's me. A lot of the posts over here for the past 6 or 7, 8 months, going back to June, are my own posts. And you can sort it by newest first, default is hot, and the top one with the most, likes, or you click this up arrow to support it, to like the post, and down arrow if you don't like it. So this is sorted by newest, and I posted this about the current launch partner, so it's pretty much up to date on that, but I only had 3 likes. You can leave a comment, share it. And this has only 2 likes, because there's not many people coming to Reddit. It's not just with Axion, with a lot of crypto projects as well. So I'll go to the ones that are top for today. There's only 3, but let's go for this month. Alright, so this one got 6 upvotes. And I know this person, I talked to her before, Helium Lace. She posted 15 days ago. Own score. Yeah, that was a good town hall. That got 7. This got 6. Well, not even my old post got into the top 3 posts. So there's one of my posts. Own score again. Yeah, I'm getting carried with this. There's another user, how to buy particles from OpenSea, 5 votes. Okay, and then let's make this all time. 33 upvotes for the top message. Actually, this is the top message pinned. Welcome to Axion. This one from 5 months ago. Stake Axion, earn Bitcoin 10 months ago. 33, 25. Sheldon's video, which got a lot of views for a crypto project. So he helped out in the beginning. His pretty much became viral for a small project that just launched. And you can see those. So this one for the Polygon migration got 23 hits. And so you can check some of that out. That's for Reddit. I'll go back. Go all the way to the bottom. Facebook. all of these social medias you could just upvote, like, retweet, comment, and you could try to help out Axion that way. But also other stuff like if you want to help out the team, you can make a request, tell them what you could do. For my case, I don't have any special skills or qualifications, but I'm hoping other people can help out that are qualified and want to help out. So this is the official Axion page. It has 1.3 thousand followers, nobody following. Facebook is known for having a lot of scam websites that look exactly the same as other ones, so be careful. Just click official links. This official link is www.facebook.com/Axion Crypto CD /. So that's correct website address. Facebook.com/Axion Crypto CD /. And that should bring you to this page, the correct official website page. So just hover over this. I'm going to click the heart symbol. I can leave a comment here. I'll leave it another time. So the same ones from Twitter. I think it automatically gets sent to here through a special software they have. So they're not manually doing this. Leave a heart symbol for that one. Yep, now I'm all cut up. So that was for Valentine's Day. And currency. Yeah, I wanted to show you this other page right here. This is a fan page from Bam Bam or FBAM, because I noticed him on Superman Axion Token Show sometimes come along. He comes on once in a while. He used to come on more often, but I think he and Emmy run this website. So they're fans or community members. This is not an official website, but they also have a huge following. 1.5 thousand members, just as much as the official Axion webpage. I don't participate here because I don't have much time to go back to the official website and this, because I'm already doing for other social medias as well. But you could come over here and check out activity. See, even Pullen from the Axion team, core team member, is actually posting here too, and he's doing it through this software, like I said, Hootsuite. So it's being done automatically. I don't think he's putting extra work in. He's doing it smart. I don't have access to this software to make it should I say it? Make it easier on myself. Well, let's see. I'm curious what the activity is for here. So here, there's Emmy, or it says MZ here, but I think people call her Emmy. So she helps run this website, and then she also made that introduction to Axion video, which is like a 3-minute cartoon or animation to help you stake and buy Axion. She and Fix made 3 of those videos within the past year, maybe a year ago. So this is Superman's video actually. She's just linking to that. That's what she does. Yeah, this is another Superman Axion token video. I'm trying to look for activity to see if, because I haven't come to here in a long time. I want to see if, any sentiment here, because I was seeing comments in here many months ago, but I'm not seeing any comments now. Yeah, this was funny. I thought he was taking a piss. This is a link for Fix's community hangout. He does on Saturdays, off-topic Saturdays, so you can talk about anything. Just as long as not like divisive subjects like religion or politics. But you can talk about anything, other projects as well. And you can show your own stuff too. And he also has a on-topic show on Monday mornings on USA time. That's only Axion related topics. Gotta give a smiling face to that one too. Yeah, I don't see people commenting, but I'm gonna go all the way to the bottom because this is a scrolling page. Okay, I guess people, but it's getting a lot of likes. Yeah, it's getting more likes than the official web page. I saw 9 likes before. 4 right there, 4, 3, 2, no comments. 8. Maybe people like the tattoo one. 5, 2. Okay. That's it for Facebook. So you saw this is the community web page, which is called Cryptocurrency World of Axion, started by 2 regular investors. MZ is actually a whale, so she has a lot invested. I'm not sure about FBAM or BAM, how much he has invested. So I'm just a small investor compared to MZ. She has probably let's see, 10 times 10 million is 100 million. So 100 times more than me, at least 100 times more than me, Axion. And a lot of that is staked. But anybody could do well as long as you have Axion staked, and Axion does well. Even if you staked only $5, that $5 could turn into $500. Better than fiat, right? So, LinkedIn page. This is run by ActiveFed. I didn't say this before. The Axion official Twitter page is run by Destroyer. He's a moderator. He does a lot of the messages on there and tweets. So he's a person who runs the Twitter account for Axion. And ActiveFed, who's another moderator, and he's a shark, so he owns a lot of Axion, over 500 million Axion. And I think he got in early into Axion as well, from my research. He runs this Axion Network LinkedIn page. There's not much activity here, but this is a different platform, different audience with business professionals. So this is not a bad idea to click like and comment on these, like you see if I've done over here already. I'm gonna click on this one. That's the latest post for the Legion Network. Oh shoot, I don't want to do that. That just goes to the Legion Network launch page. Maybe if I click see more, click on that one. Yeah, see this long post. So you could get 50% off the mainland launch price of the LGX token for Legion Network. And you can see I'm the only person who commented. But there's 3 likes over here, or 2 likes and 1 applause or celebrate, which is what I did. So you could just leave comments and stuff like that and try to help your investment. It takes time, but yeah, time is money and time is valuable. So it's up to you if you want to do that or not. I wish I had more invested, like the whales, sharks, and even dolphins. But I'm still doing it anyway. And if I were like them, I would be even more interested in working harder to make my investment work. But it was too expensive for me. Still, even at these prices, to get to dolphin level and shark level and whale level is even still too expensive for me to get into, especially when I saw how much people were paying in the pre-sale. So that's one problem with cryptocurrencies. You get transparency, but you don't get complete transparency. So you don't know who's behind all these wallets, and Bitcoin included. You can see the activity going on, but you don't know who belongs to that wallet. And a person could have multiple wallets and it's not registered. It's not KYC'd. And in stocks, you don't know who owns what. Maybe for the big holders, you know how much of the company or stocks percentage they own, but not the smaller guys. And you know, so transparency could be a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Let's see. So it says it only has 109 followers. So you know you're on the official website if you have that one. There's no Instagram page, but there's members who are on Instagram and supporting Axion that way, so you could follow and like them. Go here, and then we go to the bottom. Maybe I'll make this finally the last page, or I think I'll go back to the how to buy section if I've been using up the storage space on this computer and the file size. Yikes. Alright, so this is the Axion official YouTube page. It has 2.3 thousand subscribers. It was rarely used. This page was rarely used by the team, so there wasn't much activity going on and not many videos. And it only crossed 1,000 subscribers back maybe September. And before that, it was like, low or mid hundreds or something like that, because all these videos were not available at that time. You can see the tutorial series here that Pullen made. You can see the number of views, 3,000 here, 15,000 here. How to move tokens from Ethereum. Let me go to the tutorials right now. This is a special folder. Yeah, how to migrate. Axion has now migrated to Polygon. That's a 7-minute video. These are all short videos, or most of them are short videos, like maximum 10 minutes, or around 10 minutes. How to move your tokens from Ethereum to Polygon. So this is all helpful for when we migrated to Polygon. Here, so he made a video, Pullen made a video for how to get cheap gas fees when we were Ethereum, which is very useful back then. How to buy Axion cheap and earn Bitcoin by staking. Withdrawing Bitcoin dividends. How to set up a Ledger Nano S. I think that's the one that has over 100,000 views. It's not showing you that view. Yeah, here's the one with the most views, 118,000. You can mistake that for something like this, 120 views, but that K means the 1,000. 120,000 views, and it's a general video not targeted towards Axion, but helping to protect your tokens by switching over or transferring it over to a hardware wallet like a Ledger Nano. So that's what this video is for, and it's applicable to, or applies to, any token, not just Axion. So that's why this was getting a lot of views, and I think maybe that wasn't available widely, so that's outstanding work right there by Pullen to get that many views. Yeah, and some of these other ones are doing well. You can see the live stream. This is not a live stream. This is just how to do that for previous launch for Luxy. Here's the previous live streams. They used to do that once every week, but for 2 or 3 months. But now they're busy with the new project. And here's the videos that Emmy and Fix made. These 3 videos right here. Yeah, they're all close to 2 minutes, so they're very short, bite size. enough for people for small attention spans like myself. You can see generalized the latest uploads here. The Axion Network launch was the latest one, and that's an AMA, I believe. Yeah, it's almost an hour long. It was a good AMA if you want to get more info and a feeler for the CEO and the Chief Marketing Officer for Axion Network. You can check that out. I'm going to go to videos and see what pops up there. And let's see if it shows. Yeah, before we only started for like basically these 3 videos for before September, so, and all these other videos, looks like 15 of them, oh no, 20, 25 of them maybe got uploaded since then, and that's how, you know, we got better numbers now for the official YouTube channel for Axion. Gonna go playlists. Yeah, so this is useful to help people with the Polygon migration. There's 3 videos in this series. The tutorial video section is useful still. There's 8 videos in that series. So, and then, yeah, I think that's it for that section. Let's see what's under community, if there's anything. Nothing. Channels, nothing. Okay. That's it for Axion official YouTube. Going back to the main website. That's it for this bottom section. I already read through this disclaimer, terms and conditions, and privacy policy. You probably should read these if you're going to invest a lot of money also. Going back to how to buy. I'm going to click on some of these links. That tells you how to set up MetaMask and the knowledge base. I showed you that. That's another knowledge base article. Showed you that. MoonPay. Crypto.com. Let's see how the MoonPay page looks like for how to buy. Waiting for MoonPay.com. Okay. Let's see what the fees are. Yeah, so you have convenience fees, I guess. So if you want to use something like this supposedly more easier to onboard, you have to pay a convenience fee for that kind of easiness. Let me see if Axion even loads up if I type in Axion. No. Maybe the contract address. So let me see if the contract address is somewhere here. Okay, I'm going to click on copy. No, I don't want link address. Alright, so I'm going to highlight this. Click copy. And then paste that contract address here. No, that didn't work either. Okay, so maybe that's another. Whoa, did I just miss something? AXN? No. Okay. Maybe it's not easily available. Okay, so that's probably has to be reported too. If you just click this link, it's not populating Axion over here to buy. Close that out. Just wanted to show you the MoonPay website. That doesn't look like it's going to be an option right now. Crypto.com. A lot of people like this one, even though I think there's like a 3% fee. People come here to buy Matic and then send it via the Polygon Matic blockchain network and send it to their MetaMask wallet. Let's go Polygon. Alright, Matic USDC. Yeah, you could buy it through here. I don't have an account. I can't because I couldn't pass KYC with my phone. I don't think the phone quality was good enough to take pictures in order to pass KYC, so I don't have access to crypto.com. But if you do, you could go through here and buy it and send it directly via it's important to send it via the Matic network. If you send it via the Ethereum network, then it's going to be stuck on the Ethereum side and you got to pay high gas fees to transfer it over from there. So always send it to through the Polygon Matic network chain when you're doing a withdrawal through crypto.com. KuCoin. Yeah, you could buy and withdraw through here, and the same step is make sure you select the Polygon Matic network as the network you want to withdraw on. Don't select Ethereum, or else you're paying high gas fees for that, which is one of the whole points of going to Polygon, and is to avoid high gas fees. I'm going to click on the first link for how to just buy directly on SushiSwap. That's not loading. Maybe there's another link down here. Okay, I'll click on this one. Yeah, that should work. Show me the tutorial. Open SushiSwap. Now we don't have anything in that wallet. You could do limit orders now. Now that SushiSwap on Polygon has competition from QuickSwap and especially Uniswap. After Uniswap came over within the past month or so, seems like SushiSwap decided to activate this feature again, which is limit orders. They didn't have it. It showed like it was available, but we weren't allowed to use it because they deactivated it for some reason. They had some reason that was suspect, I guess. Like they didn't have enough liquidity or enough people to do that. But now all of a sudden that Uniswap is available on the Polygon Matic chain as well. Now they decided to reactivate limit orders again. So you could do limit orders if you're like me, but this is buying at market price, so you don't get that extra discount on the accelerator. Yeah, I wish I could do accelerator limit orders, or else I would probably do that, so I don't have to wait around staring at the price chart when I want to buy at a better price. But if you don't want to go through accelerator, you could send limit orders through here, or you could just buy, spot price, the current price over here, and you could use any of these tokens that are available on SushiSwap to buy. And yeah, currently Axion is only available on SushiSwap because they don't want to spread liquidity around and worry about arbitraging, bringing down the price. Okay, so you can see how SushiSwap looks like. It's basically like Uniswap. And step 4, staking platform. We already went through that. I'm going to go back to top. Let me see what if this no. I think the proper address for MetaMask is metamask.io is the official website address. And that looks right. But there's also misspellings. That's a way a lot of scammers work in the online or on the internet. So they do a misspelling that looks almost exactly like the same, but it's one letter or one digit off, or they could make this I look like a number 1 or something like that, or an L. They have all these tricks, so you got to make sure you have the correct address and the correct spelling. And you could even do a general search engine search. So I'm going to type in MetaMask and see what the first hits are. And make sure you're spelling things correctly. That's interesting. MetaMask didn't pop up. Right there. So I can try it works. Alright, so this looks like the first link that's correct. MetaMask.io. There's even a Wikipedia listing for that. I was trying to look to see if there's any scam links, because I've seen that before. Somebody got scammed and in another token, and their website looked exactly like the official website, but it was off by 1, or it was misspelled. And even in the fake website, if you look on the wording across through here, you can see misspellings sometimes in here too. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. They could just misspell the website address, or a combination of other factors too, is misspell here. So you got to be super careful in this space. But you could come here and download the MetaMask wallet, and it should be installed in your browser, and that's how you interact with most of these crypto projects through MetaMask. There's other wallets like Trust Wallet. I haven't used that, and if you're on another blockchain, they might have their own wallets that they don't accept MetaMask, and the different projects that those token blockchains are with. Okay, I'm going to go back to the main information site, and I'm finally going to wrap it up here. So this was a long overview of the Axion Network official main information site, which says, "Welcome to the world's best staking ecosystem." So Axion is a crypto CD, certificate of deposit token, which is trying to be a better version of Hex, which is the first CD token or time deposit project. And this is Axion's take on it, and they have very much a lot to offer. I hope you liked my overview, and please leave a comment, feedback, positive or negative. And thank you for your time. If you could just look around, like I said with my other videos, fast forward, listen to 2x, even leave timestamps, and anything to help. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.